Hacemos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Hacemos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
El viento sopla de manera favorable, las montañas en el agua te invitan a mostrarte un mundo visto desde otra perspectiva, enrollándote la vida con salidas elegidas. Pues no permitas que te roben tus deseos, tus visiones, tus anhelos, que los has cumplido y bueno.
Con energía, esas ondas matutinas te darán inicio a un buen día. Recibe con sabiduría lo que AM te ofrenda. Mantén su transparencia, eso sí te hará leyenda. Rema con fuerza más allá de lo que piensas. Identifica contra Ocho representa. Tú conectas con el mar y el mar conecta con la tierra. Y la tierra es protegida por seres originarios.
Continentes reunidos, siente fuerte, crecen los latidos. El mar te está invitando a que sueltes tu estilo. Siete continentes reunidos, siente fuerte, crecen los latidos. El mar te está invitando a que sueltes tu estilo.
Hacemos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Hacemos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Club Budeo, yeah.
Elemento Drive,
Ari Krishna,
Norclass,
I'm blessed to be.
yeah.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Anytime, let's get out there. Right now we have Dave Hubbard going head to head with the Chilean wonder kid, Nelson Nacho Flores.
Right on, Manny. Good morning, everyone. And yeah, Nacho Flores with only 17 years old, already on the juniors final, now competing, starting the day, opening the day with Dave Hubbard. Quite a matchup we're seeing there. Dave already got an 8-point wave. That was a massive backflip, very nice one. And the 4.25 was another backflip, but a smaller one and a smaller wave. And that 5.75 that Nacho's holding
Flores. He knows that Dave Hubbard is not going to hold anything back, and I think Dave knows that as well of Nelson Nacho Flores. Here goes Nacho up and riding.
Here comes looking for a section there. And yes, of course, on the backflip battle, completing with a roll, and
Nice.
it's looking, no, not much for it. No, nothing else there.
That was going to be Nacho's probably his best wave so far. That 5.75 is good, but I think this might be in the 6 or 7 point range. But yeah, David Hubbard's 8-point ride, that backflip into another combination of maneuvers all the way to the inside, is going to be the one that's going to haunt Nelson Flores unless he comes back with a big score of his own.
Yes, that's correct. And these are 25 minutes heats, Manny. And what we're looking at is the round 3. And we're going to be seeing the round 4 as well of the men division. And after that, the grand final for juniors and the grand final for women.
Check this out. Another look at Nelson Flores. Nice loudspeaker here on the beach. Dave coming off that section. Backflip right there on the outside. Looks like the waves have gotten better from yesterday. Carving reverse. The judges are going to look at a little bit more at these moves as the carving reverse being a well-executed maneuver, as it takes a couple components to pull off a nice, smooth carving reverse. But that right there is going to take care of David Hubbard's 4.25 as his second score. Welcome once again, everybody. 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Manny V here with Begonia, a.k.a. Bego Martinez. And
I mean, surfing with just with another person and priority out there, Manny, I gotta say, I mean, I never get tired to say it. It's so comfortable and it's so nice because you actually get the chance to prove yourself. And here it comes Dave with that 5-point wave. Also well executed backflip with a little carve to reverse. Very nice.
Dave is I want to say he's possessed again. I mean, he woke up very early. He got down here pre-dawn, suited up, grabbed his jersey, stretching and getting ready, getting the blood flowing. So both of these riders know what's at stake.
Yeah, and that's what the judges want to see as well. They're committed.
Quality moves, not any tricks that the judges won't be scoring as high, but using the lip, going with the flow, going with the momentum of the wave itself, and producing quality moves. So 9 minutes remaining. Nelson Flores.
Here comes Nelson on a pretty nice looking wave. Nice extended roll. You can see this frustration in him.
I think he cut out right there just because he knows Dave Hubbard is still paddling back out in the channel. There he is. And there's the seal. Dave was asking for the seal, and there he is saying hello to the Hawaiian.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That we're looking at really shallow. It's really shallow right now. It's a low tide, so these guys have to be careful. The swell picked up a little bit, and we're gonna be seeing bigger waves throughout the day, because that's what the forecast says. And we are expecting nice conditions for tomorrow. Probably a little windy, but there's going to be more waves for sure. So I think that's going to be showing during the day.
Scores are still coming down. Nacho Flores still waiting for that last score to come in, which is not going to be, probably won't come into that 5.75 range, which is his second of 2 high scores. And he is on the hunt for a 7.01, which is totally attainable in these conditions. Again, as Bego mentioned, the waves have picked up since yesterday, and we do have glass conditions early in the morning, which is good for these first heats, and hopefully this glassiness sticks around for the morning. And I think a little bit offshore is starting to roll through here, so good winds so far for a pretty action-packed day today, as the conditions have gotten better since yesterday. We are going to go into the big heats, the final heats.
But the award ceremony will be tomorrow, all together. So we can crown our champions together. That will be very, very nice. And something's showing there. It looks like Dave Howard is going to go for that one. No. Decided not to go. So yeah. We are almost done with this great event. We're so happy to be here. And it's been very good days. 3 excellent days of competition. It's our 4th day. And we're going to have some action tomorrow as well. So make sure you get yourself to the beach. Las personas que están sintonizando, que hablan español, asegúrense de pasar a la playa si están acá en Antofagasta para que conozcan un poco más de nuestro evento, un poco más de esta gran competencia mundial, además que está enmarcado dentro de los Juegos del Mar. Y creo que es algo que merece la pena conocer. Hay muchas cosas, muchas actividades para hacer, así que los esperamos. Todos quedan invitadísimos.
Y también dile que pusemos algo en Facebook, que si quieren decir hola, aquí pueden hacerlo.
Eso, es muy importante. Los que estén sintonizando en este momento y quieran mandar sus saludos, entren al Facebook de la APB.
APB Tour.
APB Tour, exactamente, en Facebook. Y ahí está un post que acaba de poner Manny.
Nacho Flores coming off the bottom, a ton of speed, a big backflip right there, matching, very similar to what David Hubbard threw down for that 8-point ride, but Dave actually rode his wave a little longer, so Nelson may not get into that 8-point range, but he is looking very close to a 7-point, maybe even a little bit more than that, so a solid backflip right there from Nelson Nacho Flores. So looking pretty solid right there for Nacho Flores to keep firing back, even though he is behind on the points. Here we go. Here's another look.
Yeah.
He landed, his board got away from him just a little bit, was able to get it back under his belly in time to ride that out. So David Hubbard still solid with that 8-point ride. That will probably get rid of that 5-point ride.
Yeah. Let's see what he gets for that. He's currently needing a 5.51. So the judges are still seeing what to grant to that last maneuver. And yeah, my God. Battle of backflip battles. These guys perform backflips as if it was nothing. Huh.
Now they're making it look easy. Plus the conditions are calling for it. Timing is perfect for both of these riders. Look, coming around that section, hits that lip perfectly, and right there he just lands a little bit off of his board and was able to quickly regain that. As you can see, that last wave of Nelson Flores comes in at 7.5, and that backup score of a 6-point ride gets him into that first place spot with priority and 4 minutes remaining. So looks like scores will be dropping for Dave. If he gets anything above that 5.51, he will go back into first place. We're just waiting for scores. And
7.01 to advance to the first position. And
oh my gosh.
only one person will advance, so.
Yeah, this is round number 3, elimination round in the men's division. Nacho, interesting that he's going for this wave right here, has priority, knows that Dave is still pedaling out. Most likely will hold on to that priority. But here's Dave's last wave right here. Another clean, glassy wave. Goes for remaining. Wow, so it looks like priority did shift. It looked like Dave Hubbard was on the outside, and Nelson Flores lost that priority. That was not a smart move. Actually, that may have cost him the heat right now if Dave Hubbard.
I will say, because Nelson is so young. It's 17 years old. Although he has been competing really well and, achieving very good results. I mean, he won in Itaguachara juniors, and, the juniors are actually now, I don't know, they're just showing a lot of levels, so you can't look down to juniors. And, yeah, I mean, we're not questioning his level of surfing, but definitely the strategy for competing is a different thing.
Let's take a look right here, see how strategy is going to play into the factor. Will the riders take a look? Nacho Flores, actually Dubs letting him go on this one, even though Nacho has second priority. Is it going to be, oh my, that may have been the last chance Nelson Flores will have to beat Dave Hubbard. Oh my, both of these riders, if you're just tuning in, thank you, but man, you you're about to see the end of a.
But in a couple of rolls and some spins, but mainly backflips. So it's really nice. What we have been talking around, I mean, with all the girls and guys in this contest is like backflip is the new roll. And here it comes. That will be the leader of the heat, Dave Hubbard.
Dave Hubbard with priority coming around this section. Oh, going for a reverse roll on that inside section. Trying a little variety there, but I did not expect that as well as many of the people watching. Oh, my.
And there you have it.
That was amazing. We came into the heat about halfway through, and we just continued to watch the backflip extravaganza go down between Dave Hubbard and Nelson Flores. And it looks like it will hold for Dave Hubbard. He will advance on into the next round. We'll be back with heat number 2 after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, el mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, el mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Draw. You can also see the heat draw on the APB Tour Facebook page. That's where you're going to see some incredible matchups going down in the elimination round. Out in the water right now, we have Maxime Castillo and Patrick Orr, but man, it's pretty awesome. So make sure you check it out. Let's go back. Let's go in the water. The action right now of heat number 2, Maxime Castillo and Patrick Orr. Bego. Round number 3, elimination wave max. Maxime Castillo will be in red, of course. Patrick Orr in the yellow jersey.
And here comes the Hawaiian, Patrick Orr, who has been doing a great job so far. And nice extended roll. Stick to his board. I really enjoyed it. And it looks like Maxime is taking something out there. That's a good looking wave. And of course, he's throwing an RS. After seeing the backflip battle we just saw in the first heat of the day, Maxime don't want to be left behind. That will be a nice score for Maxime, who's holding the second position at the moment.
Yeah, Maxime paddling back out. So this is going to be another stacked heat. They are all stacked. The next heat you're going to see is the two aerial masters, Jacob Romero from Hawaii and Brahim Idosh from Morocco. That's going to be a fun one to watch as well. And we'll go through the list as we get going here in round number 3. Patrick Orr in yellow from Hawaii, and Team Castillo in the red jersey. Again, elimination round. Only one rider will advance on.
4 on the limb.
All right,
Nacho, I felt that he had the potential and definitely has the skills to take out this whole event. So coming up against him was just a pleasure to be out in the water with him.
And what did you, I guess, think of Nacho surfing previously in this contest and in Arica?
Oh, he's surfing amazing. Such an awesome rider, and especially mature for how old he is. And, you know, watching him in the juniors, it does look like a man competing in the juniors. It does look like he's on another level than the juniors. And, you know, out here in the men's, he's, you know, right up there with the best guys.
And just talk us through that heat there. I see you dropped an 8 in that, so just talk us through that. How'd you get that 8?
Got a couple waves free surfing before the event started, and so I was just looking for a specific kind of wave that was going to offer a big section, mostly on the inside. That's where the cleaner, more powerful lips are. And I just wanted to do a big backflip, and that's what the 8 came from, was just a nice backflip.
Nice. And talk us through the water temperature and the feeling out there. Is it kind of cold out there?
It's pretty chilly. I was actually surprised because the previous mornings and during the day it wasn't quite as cold, and when I jumped in I was almost getting ice cream headaches on the paddle out. So I think with the wind we've had the last couple of days, it's cropping up just a little bit cooler water temps.
Well, today it is snowing down in Santiago, so we're starting to get that cold front push through. So hopefully it doesn't get too cold for you in coming up in round 4 for you.
Yeah, well, I brought an extra jacket today, so I'm hoping to warm right back up once I change.
And moving on now, non-elimination round in round 4. You're going to set yourself up for round 5 of the quarters. How do you feel? Today we've got some stacked heats. You know, there's still all top guys left in this competition. How do you feel you're going to go against the rest of the competitors out here?
Well, I just hope to keep performing at a level that I'm happy with, you know, being able to drop an 8 in that heat and 8s in my previous heats that I've had. And I just want to keep performing at that level, and I feel that if I'm able to, you know, produce something along those lines, that I might get the chance to catapult around. And if not, I'll still have a chance in round 5. So it's great to have a non-elimination heat later today.
Yeah, well, good luck in the rest of the stadium format, and back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to Dub for advancing on out of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
Yeah, we saw Patrick Orr on a little bit of explosion there while the interview was going on. And yeah, the scores are not that big as the previous heat.
A little bit of wind texture coming on, but it looks like it's a favorable wind hitting the water. So David mentioned something about the water getting a little colder. Do you think the riders will be switching out their boards to a different or a softer board? We'll find out through some of the interviews. Up and riding, Maxime Castillo.
Let's see Maxime in a
Wow.
very nice size wave. Oh! That's going to be a big score.
That
for
was
sure.
solid. Yes, that is probably going to be one of the biggest moves of the morning so far.
Definitely, and that was definitely the biggest wave we've seen so far. So yeah.
We're crossing our fingers that that swell that has been forecasted does roll through. So we see more bigger, more explosive moves. Look at this. He comes around that section, and then the inside just bowls up perfectly, and a big ARS right there from Max.
To go, Manny, and we've seen some sets coming, so there might be a show. I don't know. Patrick has been showing very good skills in Tahiti. He serves so good. He served really good in Arica, and yeah, he has done great here. So as well. So
Well, I think if he doesn't, if he doesn't come up with that 9-point ride, and Maxime doesn't do anything more to increase his scores, Patrick Orr, if he gets 2 new solid scores of a 7 and an 8, that will be enough to put him into that first place spot. So not necessarily only needing that one wave, one score, but a combination of 2 new waves could do it as well. But again, he needs to beat that 14.75, the sum of Maxime Castillo's top 2 scoring waves. Totally possible, again, in these conditions. The water, again, as we heard from Dave Hubbard's interview, has gotten a little bit colder. A little bit surprised on how cold the water has gotten in these last couple days.
Yeah, I mean, it's Chile, and we're in the middle of the winter. We saw in the news that it's snow in the capital city, in Santiago, and
Yeah.
that happened, like, I think, once in history.
Oh my gosh. So something is happening down here as far as the weather is concerned as well here in the southern.
But it's a good joke.
No, I mean, it's what I'm wondering is how come I'm not wearing my sweater? I think it's these hot flashes I've been getting all morning.
Manny, I don't understand you. Yesterday with shorts, today with no sweater.
I'm warm right now. I don't know if I'm coming down with that that cold that's been going around here in the winter days of Chile. Taking a look, Maxime Castillo dropping in.
I'm enjoying very much his wave selection so far. He's been getting the best waves. Well, that was not too much for him then. There. Oh my God, my English is a little bit rusty this morning. I'm very sorry, guys. Yeah, Patrick, or like you said, it's very good that you bring that out, because some people say, oh my God, a 9.76 is impossible to make. But wait a second, Maxime quite active. Nice roll. Maxime is looking to change. That's 5.75 to increase the distance for Patrick Orr and combo with him. But like you said, it's not a matter of getting that score. It's maybe a matter of just changing your 2 waves, which is actually a little bit hard when there's only 11 and a half minutes to go. It's like it's like if you were starting a heat of 11 minutes, you know. But it's not impossible. We have seen a lot of people changing scores in the very last minute. So,
Well, I think if Maxime Castillo gets a better score in a 6. All right, so we did post something up really early in the morning before we even started our live broadcast on our APB Facebook page. That is where you were able to tune in and say, what's up, where you at, and letting us know where you're tuning in from. So a quick shout out to our first people who commented on that post. APB Tour, that's how you can get into the commentator's booth and say hello and how's it, hola, bon dia. How's it?
That's how the South African says.
How's it, bro? Yeah, we have had a ton of South Africans, and they know when to watch their favorite South Africans because they are tuning in on the APB Tour Facebook page where all the heat draws are laid out. So here we go. Steve Action Jackson, first and foremost. Bon dia, breakfast and bodyboarding, a great way to start a Saturday, he says. Best regards from Posto Cinco in Rio de Janeiro. He'll be watching intently on the Brazilians and especially Socrates Santana, who will be coming up in round number 3. Heat number, there he is, 4 against, oh my, Alan Munoz. That is going to be an incredible heat to watch. We got Shane Loto in Hawaii. I don't know what time it is there. It's pretty early. Kevin in Lomita, California. Javier Delgado in Puerto Rico. What's up? In Perth, WA, Western Australia. Michael Owen. And here we go. Up and riding. Patrick Orr. Big roll on the outside. Look at this section. May form up again, but decides to go for a reverse and gets out of there. That will get better than that will be better than his 4.5 wave and possibly.
Interesting heat, man. Oh my God, 8 minutes and a half still remaining. Leading quite comfortable. Not much left for Patrick. Haven't seen him. Just a little roll.
Okay, if you go to our APB Tour Facebook page, you'll see it there too. Casey? I will get to that in as soon as we can. Patricia, hello. Thank you for the comments. And Patricia and Andrew are tuning in Sydney. Jimmy is in Italiano, Leghorn,
Ooh.
Italy. So I guess that's Italy. I could be wrong.
Italy.
Jimmy, let me know what country. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, we will be posting on our AP Tour Facebook page, where you at, and let us know where you're tuning in from, and we'll give you some shout outs.
That'll be awesome. Todos los que hablan español escriban en la página de la APB dónde están y aquí lo vamos a leer con Manny. Así que
Shout outs.
shout outs.
Michael,
Saludos.
Michael McFarland from California to Ohio. Aloha, brother. Here we go. Here we are. Round number 3, elimination round, men's division. Out in the water, Patrick Orr head to head with Maxime Castillo. And Patrick Orr, not much there for Patrick, as you can tell. He's getting a little nervous right now as time starts winding down. Once it gets past that 8-minute mark, that's when it starts getting tricky.
Félicitations pour la France, pour Maxime qui a fait très bon. Oh my God, we're going to be seeing a lot of this today. 2 rounds.
What are you referring to?
I mean, a lot of man-o-man matchups. It's going to be 2 rounds. So the 4th round will be the same.
Yes, round 3 and round 4, head-to-head battles. But round number 3 is elimination round. Dropping in on this, Patrick Orr coming around this section. Look at this thing lining up, and a big ARS. And he landed right in front of the wave, and it looks pretty solid. Whoa, doctor.
His performance, he has done really well. I think the fact that at the beginning of the heat, he just took the biggest waves, and I mean, just that massive ARS he performed, that was amazing. Seriously, I think it's 5 also for that ARS, or we're still waiting for the score.
Maxime can deal with that. And I think it might have to do with him traveling around with his girlfriend, Teresa Almeida.
Yeah, she serves so good as well. They're a very nice couple. I will have to say, which other couple do we have in the tour? Will be them only, I think.
Well, no. Well, right now, yeah, we had Tristan Robertson. He's cruising with his lady in Itequachara.
No, but I mean bodyboarders. I mean a couple that they're both.
Well, does Chico, Joanna's Shanker's boyfriend, compete?
He doesn't compete at all.
All right.
He's a unknown rider. Although he's not that unknown, he's a very good rider, but he doesn't compete. That I know for sure. I think he probably have done a couple of contests, probably a couple of nationals, or maybe even some of the stops of the APV there in Portugal. But he's definitely not following the tour, and I don't think he will.
But he does bodyboard and bodyboard well.
Oh yeah, he's really good. So big shout out to him if he's listening.
And you know what? Just so where everybody's understand what's happening with the PLC, Jeff Hubbard and Amory Laverne, all of them are not on site for this event. Not that they don't want to be, but when you just had a brand new baby, you kind of want to be with your family right now in these early moments of your child's life. So that's where Jeff Hubbard, that's where Amory Laverne, and that's where PLC are currently. They're with their beautiful women and their brand new babies.
How cool is that? The 3 of them, best riders. Well, I mean, among the best riders in the world, they have a baby almost at the same time. I wonder if their babies are going to be friends. That would be amazing.
That would be pretty cool, but I guarantee you they're all going to be bodyboarders or thrown into the ocean at an early age, that's for sure. So, yeah, that's where Jeff Hubbard, that's where Amory, and that is where PLC are. That's why they're not here. And, I mean, all these riders will be back for that European leg, especially because it's so much closer to home for PLC and Amory. They will be in Nazaré, and they will be at Fronton, which is the new home for Amory Laverne.
Yes. And talking about Pierre, I can't stop to recall the look in his face while the interviews in Arica. When you ask him about Benjamin, about his baby, he will be like in love, like this shiny looking, shiny look, like he will say it's the best thing ever happens to him, and he just want to do well for them. So those words were amazing. I think we all know a kid is a life-changing thing, but I think it actually affected Pierre a lot. So I'm very happy for them.
Wow, that heat just came down to the last few seconds. And the camaraderie and the sportsmanship shown right there from Maxime and Patrick Orr. Maxime Castillo wins that heat and advances on. So that will be the end of heat number 2. Don't go anywhere. Round number 3, heat number 3 coming up right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, el mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, el mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, a.k.a. Dub. First off, congratulations. And,
Thank you.
Obviously, you're a Buffalo Bills fan.
Well, I'm trying to stay warm. Usually I don't wear everything I have during the shot, but just warming back up, and I'll peel off some layers a little later. But, hey, guys are going to be peeling off some unreal moves off the lip, so let's get right out into the action. Jacob Romero taking on Brahim Deutsch. This is heat number 3 of round number 3, Manny.
Yes, and Brahim, no stranger to making it as far as the semifinals as he battled it out with Israel Salas from Brazil back in 2014. But unfortunately, Brahim did not make it into the finals. And that year, it was Uri Valadao who won the 2014 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. So, Brahim, can he get back into those later rounds is the question.
Well, he's already got an 8.5, so it looks like he's serving up some solid wave riding ability very early on in this matchup. So pressure on Jacob Romero very quickly.
Wow. What a great start for Brahim from Morocco. Jacob Romero, totally capable of pulling off those big scores as well. But again, they have to catch the waves. And it looks like we do have another wave looking down the pipe. It is Brahim dropping in on this one. Coming around the section. Will it line up? Comes up around another section. Can he get up and over? By the time he gets there, not a lot of power on that lip right there, but it was still able to pull a roll using the power of his speed from the bottom turn, not necessarily the wave itself.
But definitely a decent stretch for Brahim to just work on backing up that 825 immediately, even if it is a small or an average score section. And then he makes a roll happen, very much so, like you said, at the end, kind of a softer portion of the wave, but still functions as a makeable move. So 3.5 for him. Now Jacob Romero needing a 7.76. But it's early days. We're just about 5 minutes into this heat. Jacob's going to be sitting with priority out the back. And Brahim is probably going to just continue that trend of fishing for backup scores. And those are very obtainable on some of the smaller and mid-sized waves that Jacob may let roll underneath him.
So a big shout out to Steve Action Jackson, who's tuning in live from Posto Cinco. And as well, a big thank you for supplying an incredible almanac of bodyboarding history. You can check it out on bodyboarding101.blogspot.com. And he is the source of incredible information. Thanks, Steve Action Jackson.
Action actually was taking a little peek at your Instagram page today and saw that very infamous headlight session, little throwback you posted maybe about 7 posts ago, and we were just having a good old chuckle over the headlamp sesh that you're infamous for here in Antofagasta. I've heard it brought up by several different parties here at Antofagasta. So somebody walked down to the contest site in the dark and noticed a light coming in from the ocean.
Oh.
And as it got closer,
fisherman?
It was Steve Action Jackson, who was wearing a headlamp and had gotten a free surf in, surfed 3:30 to 6:30, got 3 hours of session in, and because it was too crowded during the day. He said he couldn't get waves during the day, so he had to make up for it, got his sessions in the dark with a headlamp, and came in and then commentated the rest of the day.
Wow, that is some core bodyboarding right there from Steve Action Jackson. Well, obviously that made him, got him into the legendary status here in Antofagasta. Has that ever been done before?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, whether it's night sessions without lighting or whether it's glow sticks or using lights on the beach or taking a light out with you in the form of a headlamp, it's done occasionally. I'd say it's done seldomly, actually, but it is done from time to time.
I'm sorry, I should have rephrased that. Has it been done here before or since here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival?
Well, we're going to have to ask some of the locals about that. Arturo or Glenn or maybe here. They might be able to tell us.
Well, I heard Sebastian Kreft, the drone is out. Sebastian Kreft unfortunately got knocked out of the event. But he is here on site. And I heard he may be moving to New York.
That's what I heard too. Brooklyn boys.
Oh,
so
nice.
Completes that nice ARS cleanly and backs out of that wave as it gets so shallow there. So that'll be a nice backup for Brahim. So Jacob Romero being very patient, just a 4-point ride for him, but he's eyeing up this thing. Let's see if he makes a move on it. He's going to be caught pretty deep, but he might go on this right, Manny. Jacob Romero up on the first right of the morning. Quick ride for Jacob Romero. Up and out. Probably get back out before Brahim and gain first priority.
Dub, it looks like we are ready for the interview with the winner of the last heat, the Frenchman Maxime Castillo and Bego. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. Yeah, we're here with Maxime Castillo, super stoked. Oh, Maxime, you did so great. That ARS was amazing. Big wave, good projection. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Yesterday was happy to win my heat, but today, yeah, I'm really stoked to pass this heat. You know, I'm in 18th final. Maybe for sure, I'm gonna do in the final day for tomorrow because we have two rounds more. So yeah, I'm so happy. And you know, when I not complete my first IRS in a big ball, I was like, fuck. It's like impossible I don't complete that. So after I was like, yeah, another one, this one I gonna complete and I make it. So yeah, I'm really happy. I love this wave and yeah, I'm super motivated for the rest of the competition. Yeah.
So you told me you want to send some regards back to France?
Yeah, I just want to say something. You know, in France now it's like say the speaker, it's 14th of July. It's like summertime, and normally I'm working this time. It's my first time in Antofagasta, so a big thanks to my coach and my uncle Nico to let me go there. And I gonna go back work. I have my plane tomorrow night for France, and Monday I'm working in France to surf lesson. And yeah, for everybody in France, everybody know in France, and the same in Europe for Portuguese and Spanish. It's summertime there, and yeah, I'm so happy to be there. So big thanks to Nico and all the boys too to work there. It's hard to work without me because it's so many people in surf lessons. So yeah, I'm so stuck, and I'm so happy to be there and to make good. And big thanks Nico. Voilà, grand merci à toi Nico. Gros bisous.
Well, there you have it then. Congratulations, felicitación, and we're sure we're going to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Bego, and congratulations, of course, to Maxime Castillo. And pardon his French, we do know that he did drop an expletive, but, you know, he's a French speaker, and sometimes the French use some very passionate language. And so apologies to our live viewers who endured that small little so we do have a backup score coming in for Brahim Idoish. 625 now puts him with 8th. As we move into the second half of this heat, Jacob needs 2 new scores. He's in a combination situation, a pretty decent one at that. Pair of 725s or something close to that could get him out of the combo situation. Pair of 8s would matter if Jacob needs to, you know, move in and just start getting the ball rolling. It's kind of difficult, Manny, when you start off the heat and your opponent has a massive number. The kind of idea that naturally comes into your mind is, okay, I will now wait for a massive number 2. Sometimes that waiting game just ends up taking the whole heat. So we do see Brahim making a move on this.
Brahim dropping in, nice clean line, coming around the section with a ton of speed, waiting for that lip section to form up, and there it is. Goes through the lip, and another giant ARS right there, pulls it around. Brahim looking very, very solid in this heat. He's going to drive this one all the way to the inside where it gets beyond shallow and just now cuts out of there, but trying to make sure that he doesn't go body first into the rocks there. But not a bad wave right there for our Brahim with a big explosive ARS on the outside. Ton of speed and took full advantage of that one little section. Here he is, Jacob Romero. He's actually going to go for this one on the inside. Here we go. Drop it in.
All right, Jacob Romero staying high on this one. A lot of speed. Now he's going to come around that section. Little saw to cut out. Tough, though. Some of those waves, you know, as they line up, they start kind of bending out to sea and away from you, making the section very difficult to hit or to deal with. So tricky wave for Jacob, but Brahim, not sure if he's going to improve on that 6.25. He might. But, man, if we see a replay of Brahim's wave, I would have loved to see him attack that lip earlier, because he just sailed all the way down to the very, very end. But he was moving past a number of sections before he got to this one. He hits it at the end, and he continues on through, but the sections were much bigger, and he had more speed earlier at the top of the wave. So would have been kind of cool to see someone hit it further out the back than at the end in the end section.
9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining left in this 25-minute heat. Thank you for joining us. This is the live feed of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival 2017, round number 3 out in the water.
Yes, and we are just about 16 minutes in, less than 9 minutes now remaining. Heat 3, round 3. This is the second round of elimination. We are running with the stadium format. So we started out with a non-elimination round in the first round. 3 riders in the heat. The first was able to get a pass directly into this round, round 3. Second and third from round 1 moved on to round 2. After this round, we will have the 12 riders remaining in the draw. Each winner of these 12 heats in round 3 will move into round 4, which we like to call the catapult round, because the winner of round 4, another non-elimination round, will be catapulted into the quarterfinals. Second and third from the catapult round will move into round 5 and battle it on man. The winner of each heat in round 5 will meet up with those catapulted riders in the quarterfinals. After the quarterfinals, the last and final non-elimination, 3 non-elimination rounds in total in the stadium format. The semifinals are non-elimination, because second place from both semifinals moves on to the podium final to battle for third and fourth. First and first of both semifinals will battle it out in the grand final to become the champion of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
And that's where we're coming down to the wire to. Here in Sunday, we will see the last heats of the men's division. But at the end of today's action, we are going to see 2 podium finals go down. I'm sorry, 2 grand finals, or 2 finals. 1 grand final, the women's division, as well as the final of the Pro Juniors will go down today. That you don't want to miss. We have incredible action from the Pro Juniors, as well as the matchup between Ayaka Suzuki from Japan and Neymar Carvalho, the veteran multiple world champion from Brazil, going head-to-head in the women's grand final.
And I know that you've said this several times on air, although I wasn't around to hear it. We'll get back to that after this wave of Brahim Deutsch, looking to improve on a 6.25 to add pressure to Jacob Romero. Nice ARS here. Cuts out. It's probably not going to be the score he needs. But Brahim Deutsch making a strong push and making it into that round 4 heat. My question was, even though you've mentioned it a few times, after round 3, what are we looking at for the run of today's action?
After round number 3, we are going to go straight into more action, and I will confirm with you in just a second on that.
Okay.
But back to the live action with 5 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Looks like we got a replay. Here's Brahim coming around the side, gets a little flip there, and spins it around. So it's not going to be better than a 6.25. 4-point ride, actually. So maybe it hasn't been confirmed, or maybe it is. We definitely know that men's round 3 and round 4 are going to be going on. And if round 4 immediately follows round 3, We're going to see the Pro Junior final and then the women's final at the end of the day. Schedule, of course, up on the Facebook page. Where can everybody find that schedule?
If they head on over to the APB Tour Facebook page, they'll be able to see the latest updates on everything that's going down here at the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
Beautiful. Thank you, Manny. I appreciate that info, and I know the viewers do too.
Yesterday, after the action did end, Arturo Soto, one of the main guys behind putting this event together, took the roving cam and showed you some of the fun stuff that went down here, or what is going down here for the weekend at the festival. Just a ton of cool things just set up all around here, and the competitors are going to be taking full advantage of that. I think Jacob Romero maybe head into the mobile barber shop to get a nice clean cut. I'm not sure if he's going to get rid of that beard. It could be, maybe it might help him to get 10-point rides in every heat he goes into. Who knows? Brahim looking very solid right now. Jacob Romero, man, time is winding down. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. This is an elimination round. Only one of these riders will advance on. Brahim taking a look, and here he goes. Another sweet, glassy wave. Bottom turns around this section, and nothing there. First time Brahim has chosen a wave that didn't work out for him. So 3 minutes remaining for Jacob Romero to come back with 2 solid scores, which is going to be very tough right now, especially with Brahim, who will get priority after J-Rom gets his next wave here. But again, Mother Nature, oh my. It's been very consistent so far this early morning, but in this heat, slow down just a bit. And you can say Jacob Romero can't really do anything except to sit and wait.
That's exactly what he's been doing for most of this heat. He's taken a few opportunities on some waves. Nothing's really panned out for him yet. Hopefully he's not frozen from this cold water, but it does look like he has kind of sat for quite a bit. Now we're going to see some action from Jacob Romero. With 2 minutes remaining, he's got a ton of speed. Comes up and around that section. Beautiful saw. One of his favorite maneuvers, the prone snap. But it's not necessarily high scoring, and we are going to see Jacob Romero remain in that combination situation. Now Brahim, 2 minutes remaining. We're going to see him holding that first priority spot and fending Jacob off the next solid scoring opportunity that comes in.
Wow, it seemed like the ocean just stopped whenever Jacob Romero had priority, because Jacob can pull off those big scores, and just finding his rhythm out here was Brahim Idosh, who will, looks like in the next minute and a half, if he can hold off Jacob Romero, advance on into the next round, round number 4. That's where the riders are excited to get to. It is a catapult heat, which means non-elimination round number 4. Either you get one more chance. If you don't make it out of round number 4, you go to round number 5. And then if you win round number 4, boom, straight to the quarterfinals. So round number 4 is a big, big heat. And that's a big, big round. And that's where a lot of these riders want to get to. Time is finally ticking away. No hope for Jacob Romero. Brahim just found a solid, good pace and kept that rhythm going with 2 solid scores, and J-Rom could not match that at all. So Brahim looks like he will advance on, along with the winners of the first 2 heats. That was Maxime Castillo and David Hubbard. So far, the 3 top riders in round number 3 advancing into round number 4. Jacob Romero,
maybe
let's see
taking
if
a
he can
look
save face here.
Maybe taking a look at the last ride just to let off some steam. Little carving cut back there, and it does look like Jacob Romero yielding to Brahimi Deutsch moving on through from that. So we are going to take a quick commercial break, and we will be back with the next heat right after this.
Somos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Somos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Dave Hubbard, a.k.a. Dub, and we are in the heat of the action, round number 3, heat number 4, Alan Munoz, Socrates Santana. This is going to be another good one. Let's get out into the action. These are 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. Only one rider will advance on into round number 4, and we've already seen Brahimi Deutsch, Maxime Castile, and David Hubbard advance on into round number 4. Who will it be here? The Chilean who has been focused, or the young Brazilian, Socrates Santana?
So this is going to be exciting to see. We haven't seen Alan Munoz from that historical perfect 20 heat on day 2 of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, which was a couple days ago. So he's had a cooling off period. He's had some time to marinate on the success of his historical performance. Let's see if he's able to maintain that momentum.
Well, after that historical perfect heat from Alan Munoz, Bego and myself tried to ask him a couple questions about it, but he didn't want to harp on it at all. He is, in fact, said, you know what, I don't want to think about it right now. I'll go back and think about it after the contest is over. I'm focused on moving forward and going closer to winning this event. So that was very, very humble of him. And he knew what was at stake aside from that previous heat he just had.
Yeah, that's an awesome response. Let's take a look. Socrates Santana opened up with a 4. Now he's looking to kind of repeat something along those lines. Going to be another short score for Socrates. Alan Munoz is going to play the waiting game, at least for the first few moments, sitting in first priority.
Socrates Santana looking very solid through the South American leg. Has the skills, always happy, very focused as well, and very fit. One of the most fit bodyboarders on the tour right now, knowing that it takes 110% of energy and mental strategy to be at this level of the world stage of bodyboarding. So he's very, very in tune with what is happening all around him. Alan Munoz, same thing, showing up early, focusing on the waves and what is at hand as far as the conditions. Here's another look at Socrates Santana. Not a super giant explosive maneuver there, but still was able to pull off that flip at the end of that section with more power from his muscles than it was from the wave itself. Here we go, taking a look. Alan Munoz on the outside with priority.
Alan Munoz just letting that one slip by, being very patient. And with only 2 waves required, as far as 2 scores are counted to advance through, he's being patient, waiting for this one. His first strike. Let's take a look. Alan Munoz puts a spin, starts off with a little bit of a combo work there.
Nice.
Spin to roll for Alan Munoz.
That was a very well executed wave right there. Now answering back with a wave of his own is Socrates Santana dropping in, coming around the section. This thing looks like it's lining up beautifully for a big backflip. He will pull that around, will complete it. Not as smooth as he would like, but still a completed maneuver and a nice, clean, extended roll. Very well executed wave right there. By far the best wave of the heat so far in this heat number 4. So Socrates Santana, Alan Munoz, it's going to be coming down to the wire. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a massive number being dropped for Socrates Santana. I really like the impulsion on his flip. And that bonus roll he got on the inside gave him plenty of boost. So 2 pretty solid maneuvers. Of course, the one on the outside on the end section was pretty much massive. I will be surprised if this does not go into the excellent range.
Here's another look right here coming around that section from Alan Munoz. He stalled. He actually did a spin and then right here set him up perfectly for that lip maneuver. That was a well-executed combination of maneuvers. But this right here, Socrates Santana, big explosive backflip, landed, threw his legs out to make sure he was able to pull that maneuver around. But this section right here is going to help him get into those higher scoring points. So a solid wave for Socrates Santana, and not a bad way for Alan Munoz either. It looks like we are ready with the interview of the winner of that last heat, former semifinalist 2014, Brahimi Dosh and Bego. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. Yes, we're here with Brahim. Brahim, that was you look pretty comfortable out there, although you are, used to surf bigger conditions, I think, because what we see in your social media is really big waves, but you are also very good at flying and having projections on waves, so how was it?
Yeah, I know that my hit was really hard a little bit with Jacob Romero. He's a really good rider, so I get a little bit stressed, but that condition was my condition that I always train in Morocco. We have a lot of waves like this in Morocco, so I'm really excited to make my heat and get some really good waves. I'm so happy.
Well, can you tell us about the Surf Academy you run in Agadir? How is it?
Yeah, I opened my Surf Academy like 1 year now in Agadir city. So I teach kids bodyboarding and surf, but more bodyboarding in the town, and surf I have some clients for surf. So I'm so happy to make my Surf Academy. So I am invite everyone that watching me live to my Surf Academy.
Tu veux parler français alors?
Comment?
¿Quieres mandar un saludo en francés? O?
It's okay. Everyone I think in Morocco speak English, so I'm fine. So.
Okay, well, so congratulations, felicitación, and we hope to see you back here real soon.
Yeah,
thank you guys.
Congratulations one more time to Brahim from Morocco, who advances on at round number 3 and goes into round number 4. Out in the water, we saw some incredible wave exchange going down. Alan Munoz with a giant backflip right there and lands it perfectly. And we're going to see scores for that. Brahim is still stoked walking out of there. Here's another look at Alan Munoz. He's setting it up and finally hits the section and lands it perfectly. His nose landed. It looked like he was going to go nose and duck dive back out of that wave, but it was able to pull it off and land it perfectly and set up for this roll on the inside. Again, that section on the inside, very, very shallow.
Especially right now, it's low tide, Manny, and it's atrociously shallow in there. We're going to see as the tide rises a little bit more availability there. So, interesting stuff. We're starting to see some scores dropping. And it does look like Alan's first wave, spin to roll, 6 points. Alan's second wave, that last backflip to roll, we saw just a point higher, 7 points. Socrates Santana, on the other hand, 7.5 for his opening ride. So Socrates Santana getting the better of the exchange, but due to the 2 waves that Alan has, Alan holding first position so far in this heat. We're just about 10 minutes in, a little less than 15 remaining now. And we may have another wave ridden. Looks like Socrates kicking hard to get into this and misses it. It does look like there could be the potential of a priority change if Alan Munoz was already in the lineup. Let's see if Socrates has a look at this. And no dice as that set just rolls on by. So we got a heat on our hands, Manny. Both these riders with 7s. Socrates with the higher of those 7-point rides, but Alan with a stronger backup. So, you know, I would not be surprised if both of them improve and use those 7s as backup scores, and if it becomes a battle of the best wave of the heat. Very, very well matched heat as far as skills in these wave conditions. Socrates Santana, very, very capable and very, very fierce competitor in these conditions. Alan Munoz, very, very well rounded. We see him in large surf, perfect surf, but also is able to make amazing scores happen when the waves get a little smaller.
Whoa, look at this on a right-hander. It is Alan Munoz finding a nice solid right. Can he pull that second maneuver off? No, but that ARS was pretty solid using the pitching barrel of the right-hander and was able to get a solid move before going into a second maneuver. 6.0. Oh, my gosh. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But, yes, Alan Munoz finding a right-hander and was able to pull off a clean move. Will it be better than that 6-point ride? We're going to have to wait for 1 second as the scores come down the pipeline. If he would have pulled off that second maneuver, I think it would have been in that 6-point range, but I don't think it will affect what he has on his score right now. So Alan Munoz, Socrates Santana battling it out for only 1 spot. First place will go into round number 4. Second place, that will be the end of the road here in this event.
Second place in all of these round 3 matchups, equal 13th. Let's take a look at this replay. Nice flip, completes it clean, comes around. He tries to muscle through this section for another roll, but another area of La Cupola that gets very, very shallow. Probably the best call for safety reasons that Alan didn't just push through and put his head way in front of his board and try to muscle torpedo through that wave. Could have ended up on the shelf. Let's see, Socrates having a paddle, decides not to go. That will change priority. Now Alan Munoz will have priority, and priority is a tricky thing. I think we're going to see 2 things today because the caliber of surfing is way up there. I don't think we're going to see too many mistakes from riding, I think most heats are going to be decided off wave selection and use of priority.
And those pretty much go hand in hand. If you do have priority, your wave selection is pretty much going to be wide open to choose the best wave that rolls through. And if you don't have priority, you're going to have to take the scraps, essentially, of what the person with priority will let go by. So coming down to the last few minutes, that could be detrimental if you are looking for another solid high-scoring wave to get into that advancement position. Socrates Santana in the yellow jersey, taking a look at this one, and has second priority, and he will stay in that second priority spot.
So just paddling for waves while you're in second priority does you no harm. You're still going to maintain that second priority position. So now he's a little more freed up to explore the lineup, paddle for waves, really look at them as they begin to shape up. The cupola is a little challenging in selecting and reading the wave. Sometimes you really do have to almost catch or be on the wave to start getting a glimpse and see how the swell is drawing up off the reef and how it's starting to shape up down the line. It's not always just an open book to see a swell coming in, a set approaching, and know, okay, it's good or it's not good. A lot of times it needs a little more in-depth research. So now Socrates Santana in that position where he can comfortably paddle for waves, search the lineup, and we're going to see priority being used here from Alan Munoz. A lot of speed. Flies up to this section, but has to start burning off speed. That's going to lead to a smaller maneuver on that end section, and he just goes for a roll. So, you know, had he maybe stalled at the top of that wave during the takeoff, maybe he could have unleashed all that speed onto that section. But again, it's another really tricky thing, you know, on the subject of reading the wave, when to start beelining it and really take all your speed onto the section, and when a section is going to really step up and allow the opportunity to launch. It's really tricky. It's not easy. It takes, you know, a lot of practice. There he started burning off speed because he was going past the section. Another thing about the section he hit, it started getting soft, so it wasn't a nice pitching lip. It started to kind of crumble there. Pretty challenging, but we see some waves coming in out the back. 8 minutes remaining now. Socrates has moved up into first priority again. See if he's in a spot where he can approach this wave. Looks like it's going to go rolling on over him. And you know, some of those bigger set waves, at least before the event and during the first heat of the morning that I was in, Manny, they just washed past the reef. They didn't offer many sections. Alan Munoz picking off a wave on the inside, flips it, and now he's going to hunt down that end section. Has to slow down again. But Socrates out the back, Manny, he's got a ton of speed. And if he can connect with the section, we're going to see something big, but no, he ends up just diving out.
So it looked like Alan Munoz got the better of those two wave exchanges right there. Socrates Santana looking for that second high-scoring wave, trying to get back out there, trying to get back in position as quickly as possible as the 7-minute mark. I've noticed this is about the time where things start happening a little faster. If the waves keep rolling in, this is where a lot of situation changes start to begin and become very crucial in the last 7 minutes here. Priority becomes more important. Wave selection, of course, is key. And where you are situated in the heat as far as your scores is going to come down to the wire right here. Alan Munoz, he can't let his guard down. A 5.51 is what Socrates needs to get back into that first place position. And he could be very scary right now. Very tricky, too. We're going to have to wait as the time winds down.
Alan Munoz gets a decent flip off on the inside section. Bit of foam on that one. You could see that a set had just rolled past. And Alan Munoz stays active, forces a roll there before diving out. and it's not going to increase his situation. It comes in underneath a 6-point ride, so if he wants to increase his situation, he's going to have to increase on that 6. And if he's able to increase on that 7, then he's going to be counting the 7 and a higher wave. But here's Socrates. He was hoping for something big. Boy, had all that speed lined up with a nice bowl on the inside, we would have seen quite a big number being dropped. But, you know, Socrates is not out of this heat by any stretch. 5.51 required, Manny. 5 minutes remaining. He's sitting with priority. He's totally capable of those kind of numbers. It's just whether he gets the opportunity and utilizes it. I think right now his headspace is critical to maintain a positive and an open mindset about this heat. I think locking himself into set waves at this point would be an error. I think if he is able to maybe shift a little bit further in, opt for some medium-sized waves, you know, he could see, you know, easily a mid-6 off just a really clean flip on a medium, maybe even a small wave.
Yep.
So, you know, he doesn't need a set to win this heat at this point. You know, that all could change if Allen gets a set wave that produces a massive number. But, you know, at this point in the heat, just a medium-sized wave and a clean aerial maneuver could get him above Alan Munoz.
And I think Alan Munoz knows that as well. So he's going to stay on cue as well to make sure Socrates Santana is within sight. If he sees Socrates Santana take off on a wave that'll give him that higher score, he will make sure that he tries to answer back with something high for himself as well. Here we go. It looks like a set coming in out the back. Socrates Santana a little bit too far behind the section. Alan Munoz may take a look. Alan Munoz up and riding.
So we see him stalling at the top. Now he unleashes that speed, flies up and around, goes for kind of a late air reverse. Doesn't get a lot of air or projection, but Socrates Santana is out the back. He's still in a decent spot in this heat. First priority, time's ticking down. What's good about the time dwindling down is if he can change the situation, it could be really difficult for Allen to change it back. So that's where we're going to see time ticking down work for Socrates instead of against him, as long as he still gets that opportunity to strike and ultimately achieve at least a 5.51 ride. If he's not able to do that in the next 2.5 minutes, then time will wind down and it will have ultimately been his enemy as well, because, you know, these are timed heats and you have to work under the time restrictions. Sometimes the ocean provides a lot of opportunities and sometimes it doesn't provide very many. We do see a set approaching. No takers on the first one, but out the back could be something for a rider in yellow, Socrates Santana. He's going to strike on this one, Manny. He's bottom turning around. It's kind of slow. He's a little behind the section, and he has to dive out. So he waited maybe just a little too long. And also, you know, even though that wave might have looked good at the takeoff, it just didn't really eventuate. We see Socrates absolutely
Look how
hustling.
fast he's pedaling back out.
He is hustling to get back out because now time is really working against him. A minute and 35 seconds for him to get back out and deal with the priority that Alan Munoz is going to hold on to. So Alan Munoz likely going to do his best to fend Socrates off of at least one wave, which his priority will allow him to do. So at this point, Socrates needs to get out and get into a position where two waves can come by. Whether he takes the first one or Alan Munoz holds him off, there still needs to be one more behind it if Socrates wants to stay alive in this heat. We see Socrates not going all the way back out. It might be a good idea for him to stay a little bit further inside of Alan and opt for, you know, again, maybe just a medium-sized wave. Just a 5.51 required. So we are going to see
Oh,
Alan Munoz
wow.
taking off on this one. Probably a good choice.
Oh
Nice
my.
backflip. This is actually probably going to increase the situation and the needed score for Socrates. That is going to be probably one of the top 4 rides of this heat. Socrates Santana, maybe his last opportunity, forces an ARS through the lip and comes unglued with 20 seconds remaining. It is looking like, regardless of the last score of Allen, it will be enough for him to continue in first place. But let's take a look. This was a good wave. This was exactly what Socrates needed. Had Socrates gotten this wave and landed a flip, we would have seen the situation change. As it stands, Alan Munoz moving on through to round number 4. We will be back with more round 3 action right after this.
Man, that was tough.
Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Dave Hubbard joined by fellow Hawaiian Jacob Romero. Thanks for joining us,
You're
Rom.
welcome, for sure.
Super stoked, and we do have a pretty amazing heat on our hands. Let's get right out into that action. It's going to be Tristan Roberts and
Uri Valadao from Brazil.
Wow, so this is another heat that seems very well matched on paper, especially with the conditions being kind of hard to determine how things will shape up. You know, we've seen some heats where big numbers were possible. We've seen some heats that low, and so if both of these right.
There you go. You got Uri Valadao with a 9.50 on his first wave, and you can see him up again, up and riding, looking for his second scoring wave with a nice flip and a nice spin. So he's starting off this heat very fast with only 4 minutes into the heat. Here's the replay.
Oh, he's got so much speed.
I think this is his first wave.
Big flip. That was massive. And look at him just stall, hoping for another lip move. And will he come to the inside? I like that little reverse. That was pretty playful. And he backs it up quick. So the live shot we saw was his backup score to that 9.5, which we saw in the replay. So very quickly, within the minutes, Tristan Roberts is going to be put in a combination situation.
Yeah, and I was put into one of those, and you know, it's not a good minutes left. He
just keep catching waves because there's quite a big break between round 3 and round 4 for these riders in the first half of round 3 at least. So there's going to be time for him to recoup some energy. So he's just taking this heat because it is elimination as an opportunity to just go for it and show his stuff. He's going to catch probably as many waves as he can until the situation shifts where he will hold priority with Tristan needing a score. You know, I feel that that's how he's going to play out the first part of the heat.
And you know, holding that 9.50, he's only looking for one more wave to better, you know, to get his top 2 scoring wave. So it's nice that he got the 9.5, and he just needs to better a 5.75. So pretty good start for Udi.
Yeah, amazing start within the first probably 3 minutes. He puts a 15.25 total on the board, which is a very solid combination total heat score. So, you know, right away, Tristan Roberts needs at least 2 7.5s to get above him. But again, like you said, Udi Valadão's just going to work to improve the 5.75. He's already got a near perfect score. A 9.5 in most heats is a keeper score.
Yeah, and he probably was watching the heats before, because there's some heats where there was really slow and not waves coming in. So, yeah, good on Udi. Starting off super strong, and Tristan Roberts still looking for his first scoring wave.
Tristan Roberts, such an explosive rider, such a huge force that's been coming up the ranks for the last several years. Of course, kind of making his first appearance in the Pro Junior division. But in one of those early appearances, he was competing in the men's and taking out men's, you know, when he was like 16. So we do have an interview down with Alan Munoz and Bego, so take it away, Bego.
Thank you very much, Dave. Yeah, we're here with Alan. Alan, we suffer a little bit. I think everyone that supports you out here. I saw everyone, and we were a little bit suffering because the conditions were a little bit tricky, and the distance was not that big between you and Socrates. So how do you feel, and how was it out there?
Me sentía súper presionado en realidad, porque Sócrates 2 veces campeón mundial junior y tiene una performance muy amplia de maniobra, y las condiciones estaban un poco difíciles. Se podía dar para cualquiera de los dos, y yo estaba concentrado en tratar de concretar mis maniobras. Igual tuve un poquito más de suerte, entonces creo que eso me favoreció.
Well, he said he felt some pressure out there because Socrates is a very good rider coming from 2 world titles in junior division, but he was just trying to focus on landing the maneuvers and getting good waves, and he feels he was a little bit luckier than him. So, well, I mean, what do you think you're gonna have a fight? I mean, conditions that looks like the final you had in 2012 with Amaury Laverne. Remember that?
Ah, claro, pero ¿cómo es la pregunta? No lo sé, la verdad, el pronóstico varía un poco, y ha estado, a pesar de que dicen que he estado chico, han habido olas para competir, y yo pienso que mañana van a haber excelentes condiciones. Ese día también había muy buenas condiciones, pero creo que el sol viene un poquito más fuerte. Yo creo que vamos a tener un buen show mañana, y bueno, ojalá estar para mañana si es que nos toca competir otra ronda más. Así que eso, voy a invitar a la gente a que venga aquí al evento a disfrutar del mejor bodyboard del mundial, que están los mejores del mundo acá, así que no se lo pierdan.
Well, he thinks, yeah, we're going to see very nice conditions tomorrow, and he remembers back in 2012 when he surfed with a Maori, the conditions were really good, so he's hoping to be surfing those conditions as well. So you want to say thanks or hello to someone now?
Sí, un saludo caluroso para mi familia, para mis amigos, para la Pepi que está en Puerto Escondido, para a todos los que están viendo y apoyando, y para mis auspiciadores que siempre respaldan mi trabajo.
Well, there you have it then, Alan Munoz. Very happy, congratulations, and we are hoping to see you back here real soon. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Bego, and of course, congratulations to Alan Munoz, who continues his campaign towards possibly an Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival Championship, but Uri Valadao looking very solid for that as well, and he's won here before. Here is his last ride. Couple of Rolos, pulls them off clean, and during that interview we did see an exchange during live action, but situation stands 15.25 total for Uri Valadao. And now 10 minutes has passed in this heat. Tristan Roberts still in the combination situation.
Yeah, you know, during the break when Alan's interview, you see all that Uri got 2 rolls. He's trying to better 5.75. We'll see if the judges give him a better than 5.75. But Tristan Roberts is having one wave. Have a look at a wave, and you could see during the interview he just went up and the lip faded away, you know. So it's tricky waves out there, you know, like you go up, you draw your speed line, you go up, and the section fades away. So Tristan's looking still yet for 15.26 two-wave heat total.
The other day we were talking with Wilder Schultz about alternative stances. We know that one of your favorite alternative stances is the monk seal. Did you see the seal out in the water? I saw him during my heat.
Your heat. I seen it. He was right next to Nelson Flores, and I was like, I'd never seen, or I hardly see monk seals out here. And I was tripping on, and, you know, it was sick to see.
Was he out in the water in your heat or no?
I didn't see it in my heat.
Okay, but you could see him from the land during Nelson and I see?
Yes, yeah. I was stoked when I saw that.
I was super stoked. I was pinging as if I had just slugged a cappuccino. But I'm hoping that he'll make more appearances and maybe we'll get one on camera. A little bit different almost than some of the seals that we see out at Flopos, up at Arica.
Yeah, there's always seals cruising. Big, small ones, all kinds.
Any kind of sizes. This one was big, this thing. I think it weighed more than me.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
It was huge.
Even in Arica, there's little pups cruising, so it's
almost
crazy.
Little sea otters, I think. So cute. Beautiful wildlife here along the coast of Chile. And, you know, there's many places around the world where it's more so common knowledge that sharks don't bite. And this is one of those places. So marine life is definitely something that we are excited to see here in Chile. And we feel comfortable when we see seals, when we see sea otters, when we see some of the birds actually fishing around us. I actually get a little nervous because they're sharp beaks. I don't want them to come and pencil dive into my flesh. But normally, marine life is pretty epic to encounter here in the water in Chile.
Like you said, like there's no sharks here or whatever, but you paddle on and the water it feels like there could be
cruisers
cruising, yeah. But you know, there's lots of wildlife here, seals, birds, like Dave said, and you just feel like the locals said there's no sharks, so I feel
So no worries then.
Exactly.
Probably they get so much food that even if there is, they're just not even curious. They're just slamming food outside because there's a lot of active coastline here for wildlife. Tons of fish, tons of seals, and so yeah, I think they're well fed and they're just doing their thing like way out in the deeps.
Yeah, you can see a big set that just caught the boys. No one's was in position, so. Tristan Roberts having a look. Kind of slow heat with only 11 minutes left. Tristan's still looking for a two-wave total of 15.26.
What do you think about Uri's positioning right now? He's got first priority. He's sitting way outside of Tristan.
I feel like it's a good strategy because he has second priority, you know, and he could kind of like bait Tristan into going into a wave like this. As you can see, he's going. And, you know, Tristan can go if he wants to, but Tristan didn't fall for his thing. But, yeah, that was a good call on Udi. You know, priority 2, you can stay on the inside or on the outside.
And check those waves out. And that wave almost for a moment looked like it was going to produce something solid.
Exactly.
And so it would have been a tough call for Tristan. Tristan would have looked back, and when he saw Udi cut out, would have sighed some relief.
Yeah, you know, sometimes being in the first priority, you got a little more pressure because you want to get the best wave, and sometimes you choose a wave and it's not even like a good wave. So I feel like with Tristan, he's trying to wait for the he needs a good score, so he's trying to wait and get the best wave in this heat. And you know, if he waits too long, he only has 10 minutes left, and he needs 2 scores. So
yeah, it's tough. I mean, it's a little similar to the heat you had with Brahim. He opened up with 8-5 right off the bat, and then he backed it up quickly. But let's take a look. Tristan Roberts now
using his priority, speed lining down, hitting a big flip, and yeah, see.
All right,
that's
backs it up.
Yeah, we were talking about, like, he needs a really good score, and Rolo and another extra roll. So yeah, that's a really good way for Tristan. It's gonna take him out of the combination situation, and he's gonna be looking for a second wave, wave.
That was sick because, you know, in that case it worked out where he had priority, he waited. It took him a while to wait for that wave, pretty much almost 15 minutes besides the one wave that he just quickly looked at. So 15 minutes, he's only ridden 2 waves, but one of those waves is going to go into the excellent range. I think it even could be something near Udi's score.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, like that, we were talking about priority and Udi trying to sell that wave to Tristan, and he never went. And it paid off for Tristan, and he used his priority and caught that beautiful backflip to 2 Rolos.
So that was sick. You know, something to me that was special about that, of course, was that huge backflip. But following it up and getting a second roll before that very, very end inside section. So, and that end inside section gave him a pretty big roll. He got a lot of flight off it. So
yeah, it kind of wedges on the little reef, and it kind of projected him out. So,
you know, maybe if we just compare backflips, maybe Udi still had the bigger backflip, but Tristan Roberts was able to get 2 more maneuvers on that wave. I think we're going to see a pretty big number drop, and then it will now be a battle of the backup scores. Udi Valadao holding on to 5.75, and Tristan Roberts yet without a backup score. He's going to be hustling back out as fast as he can so he can approach the lineup. But
there we go. We got Udi up and riding, looking to better 5.75, going up, looking for that section, and no, nothing. So Tristan will paddle back out. He'll get priority 1, and we'll see if he can get his backup score.
Yeah, so this is awesome. I think Tristan Roberts knows that he just caught an awesome, good wave. You know, he doesn't have the information yet. We're still hearing that the judges are deliberating, watching replays. They really want to make sure that this critical, very important score is accurate. So he's going to just go back out and work on his backup. You know, he knows the backup that Udi Valadao has. He basically knows that he's going to need now something in the 6 or 7 point range, I'd say, to comfortably move into the first position. He has priority. He's got 7 minutes remaining, and it looks like if he's able to get another opportunity, you know, that's definitely a score that Tristan is capable of creating, even on an average or a medium-sized wave.
Yeah, totally. And Tristan, you know, he's very good at doing those big backflips, and if he just gets one section, you know, he'll get that score he needs. He's going to be looking for, I don't know, yeah, the score hasn't come in yet, but here we go. We got Yellow up and riding. He's looking to better a 5.75. Looking for that section, and again, just pulls off, and the section never came for him.
Yeah, sometimes, we see the riders going around that end section. If they can get there right as it peaks, they can hit the front of it. But as soon as they have to go around that section and come around, it becomes very, very difficult. So it does look like a score drops, and like you predicted, Jacob, he is moving out of that combination situation, now needing a 7.01.
Yeah, so the judges gave him an 8.25. Honestly, I felt like it was supposed to be around Udi's score, but that's the judges' call, and it is what it is. So Tristan's, he's looking for a 7.01, and he's holding first priority. So he's looking in a good position, with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. Tristan's just looking for a 7.01, and Udi's just trying to better 5.75. So it's a very close heat. As you can see, Udi up and riding with a flip, and he's looking to better that 5.75. We'll see what the judges award him on that last flippy.
He got some height, but he landed at the top of the wave, so his flight and trajectory wasn't up and out into the flats, which is how we like to see these backflips performed. It's more technical and more difficult to do them landing out in front of the wave. So that top landing, I think, is gonna dock the potential of that score.
Yeah, I think it'll be like around his score at 5.75. So, like Dave said, we judges want to see you land in the most critical part of the wave, and he did have height, but where he landed was kind of soft, and how he landed was soft. So, we'll see what the judges give him, if it'll be better than his second scoring wave.
So, this heat is still really tight, really intense. Tristan Roberts has now less than 5 minutes to get a 7.01. He waited, nearly 15 or so minutes to get that 8.25, besides just one little check of a wave. So if he's able to get something on his third ride in the next 4 minutes, we could see the situation change. But, of course, as we've been mentioning the whole time, Udi Valadao working to improve on a 5.75, and it's taken him, about 20 minutes to try to improve on the 5.75. He got that 5.75 immediately after the 9.5 and has yet to improve on it, which is kind of interesting.
Exactly, and he has first priority, so 3 minutes left. We just need Mother Nature to provide Tristan with that one wave that he can get a 7.01 on, and it's a exciting heat. Both guys have 2 high scores. You can see a replay of Udi's last wave.
There's the flip, really using his upper body to punch off of it.
Here we go, Tristan looking for a 7.01 with a big flip, and land. Kind of struggled on the landing, but he landed it with a spin, and we'll see if the judges give him that 7.01 with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, to me, this was the third best wave of the heat, so it's well above the 5.75 in my mind. The clean arc off that backflip was beautiful. This wave wasn't massive, but the flip was high quality, and just that reverse spin on the face, just kind of a little bit of demonstration of control. I don't think that's going to factor into the score too much, but hopefully it leaves a good taste in the viewers and the judges' mouths as far as, okay, he had control, well executed, well ridden wave, complete wave. So just a 7.01 needed. I think he's knocking on the door.
There you go. You can't see it on your TV yet, but we just heard the announcer say that's a 7.25, and that will jump Tristan into the lead. It'll come up. There you go. So now Udi's looking for a 6.01 with 2 minutes left, and here's priority number 1. Yeah, this is a really close heat, exciting heat.
Yeah, this is getting really critical now. So under 2 minutes, Udi still working on improving his 5.75. That he's been working on this for the last 20 minutes. See, he's taking off on this wave, Jacob.
There you go, Udi up and riding, looking for a better 5.75 with Nice invert. He's only looking for a 6.01, and it wasn't a set wave, but it was a medium wave, and he drew a nice line into the section. So I think for me, it's gonna be around the score that he needs. He's been trying to better at 5.75 his whole heat. So let's see if the judges will award him with the score he needs.
Yeah, he's definitely knocking on the door. Clean projection, like you said. The quality of maneuver was there for what's required of him. So 7 points for Uri Valadao. And now...
Man, this is a crazy heat. With 40 seconds left, Tristan on there by himself.
Now needs an 8.26, so he needs his best ride of the heat now.
Here you guys, you can see a replay of Uri's, this is his wave that didn't count. I thought it was going to be his...
Tristan looks like he was up on live action, but quickly ducked out. He saw that there was no possibility there. Now he's kind of frantic and scrambling. Time's ticking, 20 seconds
left, and Tristan just needs one wave, that one opportunity for him to get an 8.26. Let's see if... Oh, man.
So Tristan Roberts up and riding on this one. This wave will count.
I think it will count for sure.
But will it be the 8.26 he needs? It looks like he's succumbed defeat. 2 hands on the nose. And now he's just going to crouse through the inside section.
What a good heat, man.
Amazing, amazing heat. Thanks so much for joining us, Jacob.
Yeah, for sure. Mahalo, guys.
We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back right after this.
Yes, sir.
Lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Wilder Schultz.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome, Wilder. We are.
Thank you.
That last heat was just crazy.
Mental had me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, I mean, multiple situation changes in the last few minutes. We're going to get you the official results.
Yeah.
But first, let's get out into the action. Currently out in the water, round number 3. We do have heat number
6.
Let's get out there.
Is it? Yeah, it is.
Yes, heat number 6.
And
we do
Jerry's
have
already up and riding. So he goes. Not much on offer there. Don't know what happened before we tuned in, but not much on the end of that wave. Oh, and there's João Paulo and the Brazilian. Oh, nice backflip there into a reverse straight away. And this is exactly why he's been such a threat throughout the whole competition. I think he's one of the few riders that's still in the contest that came through the trial rounds and showing he's yet to be reckoned with.
No, I mean, all these heats in round number 3 are pretty stacked. I mean,
Absolutely.
everything from Jacob Romero and Brahim, Alan Munoz, Socrates, and especially the last one, Tristan Roberts and Udi Valadao.
Man, that was one of the craziest heats I've seen this whole South American leg, I reckon.
It was pretty intense, and it looks like they got the last of some of the good sessions as south wind started rolling up.
Yep.
And I'm looking at Udi Valadao. It looks like he's prepping for that interview booth. So it was in the very end. Udi Valadao
Yeah. I think
coming out on top.
Yeah, in the last couple of seconds.
Intense.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to probably see more of that as we keep progressing through round number 3. And today we're going to go into round number 4. We're going to see the Pro Juniors final and as well as the women's grand final as well.
Okay, sweet. They're running that today. Nice. There's a replay of João Paulo's last wave. Nice backflip. Turn it around real quick. And then throw in the reverse just to show that he still had control.
Jared Houston out the back, cranking it a roll through the lip, coming around that section, making her into the inside, and decides to kick out right there.
Yeah.
Wilder, the wind just picked up pretty full on right now from the south. I don't know about you. I don't know what you're doing without a jacket. If
I got my jacket.
I think we got the interview lining up right now. So during the interview, I totally suggest you put that jumper on.
Definitely going to do so.
Well, guess what? The time is now. We do have the winner of the last tough heat. It is Udi Valadao and Bego. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny, Yuri. That was an intense and tense heat out there. I mean, you guys were surfing so good, both of you, but you managed to end up first, so how was it?
A bateria, eu falo em português, galera. A bateria foi incrível. Eu comecei com uma nota muito boa, uma onda muito perfeita. Tirei um 9,5, mas depois não tive uma segunda onda tão boa quanto. E eu sabia que o Tristan, para ele, tudo é possível ali naquelas condições. Ele é um atleta extraordinário e eu sabia que ainda corria risco de ele me alcançar. E depois ele tirou uma nota muito alta e ficou precisando de muito pouco. Acabou virando a bateria e eu fiquei no finalzinho precisando de uma nota razoável, mas naquelas condições no final da bateria estava muito perigoso.
Well, he said, it was an amazing hit for him. Tristan, he feels Tristan is a great competitor, so he just managed to find two good waves and make it. But Tristan also changed the situation almost at the very end, but he finally got a better one, so he can stay in the first place. So amazing, Uri. So you want to say hi or thanks to someone in Brazil?
Muito obrigado a todo mundo que está na vibe aí, na torcida. Essa torcida aí fez a diferença, com certeza. Foi no finalzinho ali que acabei virando de volta e tô amarradão. Vou buscar um grande resultado aqui. Eu gosto muito, tenho um carinho especial aqui em Antofagasta, já ganhei uma vez. E tô me sentindo muito bem. Valeu, galera. Obrigado pela força.
Okay, just say that he feels the difference with the support of his fans and friends. So he's very happy about that and thankful. So yeah, I mean, congratulations, Uri, and we wish you the best for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time. Uri Valadao, no stranger to these final heats. In fact, in 2012, the inaugural event here of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, Uri Valadao making it to the semifinals in 2012. He actually won this event back in 2014 when he went head-to-head against none other than Israel Salas, the Brazilian. So 2014 winner Uri Valadao making a step forward to making it in the finals. Here we are back to the heat at hand.
So was this roll that happened while we're... No, I think that was the roll from before the interview.
All right, looks like we do have a little slower pace than that last heat, but again, everything happened, it seemed like, in the last few minutes of that last heat. So 17 minutes to go out of this 25-minute heat. Heat number 6 out in the water. Again, if you're just joining us, this is Manny V and Wilder Schultz holding it down in the hot seat. 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. The sum of those 2 waves will give the rider total points, and the one with the most points will advance on into round number 4. Elimination round is where we're at.
Yep. And Jerry looking, not going. Joao Paulo looking and going. Thinks surfing under priority gives you the freedom to
go
on waves that others don't want and maybe make the most of them.
Jared Houston coming around the section on the outside. What can he do if he finds something? Oh, bottom turns and kind of slowed down right before he got to the lip and try to use more of the power of the wave than the sheer power from his speed and bottom turn. So he did negotiate that properly, got the right quality style of wave and maneuver. So he'll head back out right now. That'll be his second highest score.
For sure. I think he did very well for what he was dealt with there. The wind really coming up now and making it really tricky for the riders out there. Heats before this were looking way glassier. But yeah, there we go. 4.15 coming through for Jared's last wave, and a 3.75 for Joao Paulo's last wave coming through. So quick change the situation there.
So Isabella has a bodyboarding school down in Brazil called Rapadura Storm, or as they pronounce it in Brazil, Rapadura Storm. And a bunch of these riders are representing, including Joao Paulo. So not a bad mentor to have, as Isabella Sosa, multiple world champion.
Yeah.
Jared Houston, another look at that last wave. 5.0 and a 4.16. And it's interesting that a lot of these heats sees one rider come out strong with a really high scoring wave of 6, 7, 8s, and even a 9s. Yeah. And the person in second place seems to be struggling along up until the final minutes. And sometimes, most of the time, they've been not coming up with the scores they've needed.
Yeah.
Aside from that last heat, of course, but
yeah, the waves seem to be coming through in flurries. So few and far between. So, like the last heat, we saw a pulse of waves come through in the beginning. A couple of high scores thrown down in the beginning, slow throughout the middle of the heat, and then at the end, a couple of high scores coming out again. So I think you really need to capitalize on the chances when you get the waves that do come through. And I can see Jerry trying to capitalize on this one.
Jared Houston coming off the bottom, a ton of speed. There it is. Oh, just a little bit slow on the projection right there, but still able to pull it off. Here he is coming in the inside section, trying to make more happen on that one, but not much left on the end of that wave. But Jared Houston, not a super high-scoring backflip as the wave just pulled back just a little bit. The timing of your moves on that inside section
has to be perfect. Especially as you can see in some of the frames, how shallow it gets on the inside there. You're going to want to time those perfectly. You're not going to be wanting to get caught up in the lip at all there. You want to be getting out of those waves as soon as possible towards the end, not getting dragged onto the shelf.
Joao Paulo looking very strong. All he has to do is get a better score than that 3.75 to pull away from Jared Houston. This could be pretty big upset as far as Joao Paulo trialist taking out one of the tour leaders.
Yeah, the tour leader. I think
the tour leader.
Jerry coming in as first seed, yeah.
Dan corrected.
But yeah, Joao Paulo definitely a threat to be reckoned with. I surfed with him in one of my heats in the trials, and he's one of those guys that won't hold back at all. He's like we saw in this heat, started off with a flip. There's no playing it safe with him there, so yeah.
12 minutes. We're at the halfway mark. 12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this heat. So what have you been doing for these last couple days?
To be honest, not much. Yeah.
You realize you're in a beautiful country that has a lot of things to look at, right?
No, we have cruised around a bit. We haven't really had the opportunity to capitalize on it as much as we would like to, maybe. But yeah, we're just enjoying our time here. We had a nice hotel, walking distance from the beach, so we've been up and down. Yeah, visiting the restaurants and having some good food.
Nice. Here we go.
There we go.
Jared Houston. Ooh, not much there.
Yeah.
But again, things can change in the snap of a finger here in these conditions. But, I mean, you need those first solid scores in the 6s or 7s, especially in this round.
It'll definitely help you, your confidence. You'll be a little bit more. You're never really comfortable out there, but getting a good score right off the bat will definitely help you start there a little bit more comfortable. But now you see Jerry going on waves like that, sitting under priority, just looking for the score. Doesn't hurt to look. Maybe that wave could have done something on the inside, produced a nice bowl. Because he doesn't need a big score. He only needs a 5.51. Very easily obtainable.
So I was watching the news this morning during breakfast, and there's snow falling in Santiago, actually overnight.
Okay.
Santiago, Chile, which hasn't happened in years.
Really?
And yeah, I mean, that's how cold it is in this area right now.
It's
Even though
freezing.
it's pretty far south from us here in Antofagasta, but we still feel that chill coming up the south.
Definitely
with
can.
the south wind.
Yeah. This morning before the wind picked up, I mean, it was cool, but it wasn't cold. And now that this wind started blowing, you can definitely feel the icy chill factor coming in. So yeah. And from what I've heard back home in Cape Town, South Africa, isn't much warmer than it's actually colder. So when we're leaving here, going into even colder conditions.
Oh no.
Yeah. So
Jared Houston, here he goes, trying to make something happen in the last 10 minutes. Oh, you can see the frustration right there and that head nod that he did right there before cutting out of that wave. And he knows he's up against the wall right now with an uphill battle against this young, fierce competitor from Brazil, Joao Paulo, who has so far had a pretty solid wave that is holding steady as the highest score of the heat so far. 3.75, his second score. Totally able to get a better score than that to pull even further away from Jared Houston.
Yeah, it's crazy in conditions like this where what seem to be such small scores become so
detrimental.
Yeah, not so easy to get.
Few minutes. Here we go. Joao Paulo. Here he is finding another nice section, extending that roll, coming around the section. Spin.
Reverse.
Will he take it all the way to the inside? Is this thing going to line up for him? He's going to do another spin and end up on the inside section where it's really shallow. Goes for one more roll. And wow, that is definitely going to help him out and get rid of that 3.75.
I believe they'll replace his 3.75 and make things for Jerry just that much more difficult.
I mean, we've already seen some big names get knocked out of round number 3 so far. Nelson Nacho Flores was knocked out by David Hubbard in that first heat. Patrick Orr got knocked out, as well as Jacob Romero.
Yeah.
Here's another look at Joao Paulo. Nice, clean, extended roll.
Good way to start the wave off. Maintaining control with the reverse spin. Chucks in another one for good measure. And then looks for a little lip to roll off and finds it.
Socrates Santana got knocked out of heat number 4 by Alan Munoz, and that last heat, Tristan Roberts got knocked out by Udi Valadao. So big names are starting to fall here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival 2017. You know what? Now is a perfect time to ask where you at on our APB Facebook page. I'm gonna put a post on our APB Tour Facebook page. That is where you'll be able to come into the commentators booth.
Yeah, let's see who's out there.
And earn a shout out.
Anyone got any shout outs, any questions? Hit us up.
All right, give me 5.
There we go, Manny.
Posted in shortly here. Where you at? And I know we're not supposed to end questions with a preposition. We know that grammar, but you know what? We're allowed to do anything.
We do what we want in the booth.
Round 3, Heat 6. Where you at?
Where you at,
5,
boys
4,
and girls?
3, 2, 1. Post it.
Post it.
APB Tour Facebook page. We'd love to know where you're tuning in from, especially to watch the pretty intense action going down right here.
Yeah, pretty nerve-wracking.
Nobody wants to get knocked out of the event, that's for sure. You're showing up here to win, and to get this far, to get knocked out of the contest, it's pretty crushing.
Yeah, no, you can be as good of a sport as you like. It's never a nice feeling to get knocked out. You can handle it differently, but you're never really going to be happy to get knocked out of an event. You want to come here to go all the way, make it to the finals, and essentially win the final.
Looks like there is a little bump coming in on the outside, but wow, look at that wind picking up pretty fiercely. And over the past few days, we did see the wind come up and then mellow out come the afternoon. So hopefully that will come sooner than later.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure the heats later in this round will be hoping and praying for that. Also, as you said, the women's and pro junior finals, they'll also be hoping and praying for this wind to glass off.
Yeah.
And the swell is supposed to be building throughout the day?
Well, that's what the people who've been watching the forecast have been saying, that we should be seeing some increase in the afternoon up until tomorrow, where we'll probably see some of the biggest waves of the event so far. Again, these are forecasts, and we can cross our fingers that when they're calling for big waves, we hope they do show up. So that should be coming in tonight and into tomorrow afternoon.
Nice. Yeah, coming out to 5 minutes remaining. And things are still looking pretty slow out there. But like we saw in that last heat, anything can happen in the last 5 minutes, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, none of these riders, especially Joao Paulo, he shouldn't put his guard down, especially with Jared Houston out in that heat. Jared Houston, former world champion, knows exactly what to do in these pressure cooker situations.
Yeah. I haven't seen someone handle pressure as well as I have seen Jared handle pressure before. So I think if anyone's going to come back from it in this last 5 minutes, Jerry's the guy. Maybe I'm just being a little bit biased to seeing as he's a fellow South African.
I didn't want to bring that up, but I know it's there.
Yeah.
Wow, Joao Paulo possibly doing one of the biggest upsets of the morning if he can hold off Jared Houston from that advancing position. Round number 3 is where we're at. Elimination round in the main event. Only one rider will go into round number 4, the catapult round. And in the catapult round, it is non-elimination, where the winner will go into the quarters, and second will go into round number 5. Here we go.
Okay, Jerry, we're looking for 7.16. Nice clean roll, forward spin.
Wow.
Nothing else.
That is going to hover in that 5-6 point range, which he needs a 7.16. 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Now, with the lead and with priority for the next 3 minutes, it is Joao Paulo. Can he take advantage of this situation right now where he does have priority? We're going to see the maturity level of him as a competitor right now and see how he uses that priority in these last few minutes. Will he take advantage and use it as a strategy, or will he lose it on accident by going on a wave, which we've seen already today?
Yeah. It's so easy. Sometimes when you're sitting out there 3 minutes to go with priority in the lead, seems like a good position to be in, but it just brings in all that extra pressure. But yeah, he goes on a pretty decent looking wave.
Oh my goodness.
And doesn't do much there. So see, like that.
That right there, did he fend off Jared Houston on that wave?
I didn't see Jared anywhere in the frame of that.
That's
so
what I mean, the maturity level right now. He didn't have to go on that wave. Here's another look at Jared Houston's last wave. Nice roll, clean spin, and that was it for Jared Houston. So now with priority, without having the priority, I'm sitting on the couch commentating. I don't know what it's like out there as far as the mental and physical game in this situation, but I really don't think Joao Paulo should have went for this wave and just waited for a situation to use that priority to keep Jared Houston off any high-score potential waves.
I don't know, unless he thought he was going to improve his situation and replace that 5.4. I also don't see any reason for him to have gone on that wave. It did look like quite an appetizing wave at the time of takeoff.
Yeah, but
maybe not the smartest thing to do, because now
have a world champion
biting on your ankles.
Do you do you think you can get a higher score? Or do you play the strategy game? And right here, Joao Paulo decided to say, you know what, I'm gonna go for this wave and see if I can better my score, which it did not do anything for him.
Yeah. Also, like I was saying, when you're out there, 3 minutes to go with priority in the lead, may seem like a good position, but it's a lot of extra pressure.
Yes.
And you can easily crack underneath that.
Yeah.
And
well, 1 minute to go. Let's see if Joao Paulo can bait Jared Houston into a wave. And what we mean by bait is Joao Paulo, he's sitting deeper, which means he's sitting further closest to the wave where it breaks. And if Joao Paulo starts going for a wave and Jared looks at the wave and thinks that Joao can get a really good score, it will make Jared Houston go for that wave and give up that priority.
Yep.
That is called baiting into a wave. Joao Paulo is doing that strategy right now to see if he can get into position.
Or as we call it, selling a lemon.
Yes, exactly.
Just becoming a merchant of sorts and selling Jared a lemon. But there are 10 seconds left. Jared's paddling. He's got priority, so he can take whichever wave he likes. He went on the wave.
7.16.
Is this a 7?
Oh! 7.16.
7.16 on the buzzer.
Oh, my.
If he gets a score on this.
From where I'm sitting, that was really close. Maybe a high 5, maybe even a 6. But a 7 is going to be pretty tough for Jared Houston. We're going to come back with the final results. Oh, wait a second.
We got a replay.
All right, let's check this out. That right there, that wave of Jared Houston. Whew, that's going to be very, very tight.
I don't want to make any calls, Manny. I'll leave it up to the judges.
Hold on, hold on. We're waiting for the scores to drop. 6.5 for Jared Houston, which means an upset has been made. Joao Paulo, the young Brazilian, advances on into round 4. More action right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Woo-hoo, it's getting cold in here. We are live from a very chilly Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. The wind kicked up, and it is getting very chilly right here. But what is hot is the action, round number 3 out in the water.
Yeah, this heat, we do have Ian Campbell and Isaias Havoc from Brazil. So this should be awesome. Let's get right out into the action. This is heat 7 of round 3, and we are pumped up. Looks like Ian Campbell got a quick start. 5-point ride to open up his campaign. And with that wind increasing, Manny, it is going to affect the wave quality.
Yeah, this wind just came up within the last few heats, but still the size of the wave is gonna help a little bit as far as still delivering those lip sections for riders to hit. Wow, it's just kicked up a little bit more in the last few minutes. Here we go. Ajeas, the Brazilian, dropping in on his first wave. As I mentioned, look at the size still on there. Yellow coming across your screen, coming to the inside, almost running over the photographer. And still trying to line up a section, and there it is. Ooh, not much there for Isaiah.
He was stalling most of that wave, just hoping that something would eventuate, and it just didn't. So does look like a short score coming in for Isaias Havoc.
So it's going to be very tricky now with the wind crumbling the wave prematurely. Isaiah's coming around here. As you can see, he's trying to line up what could have been a very good section to hit. Unfortunately, not much there as he came out of that little whitewash area with a little or no speed and wasn't able to take advantage of that full section. Isaias paddling back out. Again, round number 3, heat number 7 out in the water. Top 2 waves are scored. Only one rider will advance on to round number 4. Second place in these heats in round number 3. That is the end of the road. Ian Campbell looking strong right off the bat. 19 minutes out of this 25-minute heat remaining. From what I heard, the water is a little bit more chillier since the previous days. So we are coming down to the last 5 heats here in the round number 3. 7 of 12, cutting the field in half as we go into round number 4.
Second place from all of these round 3 heats, finishing up equal 13th.
So the 13th place is not bad, but of course you don't want to end up in 13. You want to keep marching forward and take a win here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
And one thing that's cool about the lighting that we got, kind of puts off some wattage, giving us a little bit of heat.
We'll take the heat. Well, putting on the heat in that last heat on a former world champion was Joao Paulo, who's ready with the interview with Bego. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. We're here with Joao. Joao, I mean, how do you feel? This is your first time coming out of Brazil, first time competing the tour. You took yesterday Diego Cabrera, today Jerry Houston. In Itacochara, you took Alan Munoz. So, oh my God, this is a very good year for you. Very good way to start the tour. How do you feel?
Estou muito feliz. Realmente são grandes nomes do bodyboard mundial e acho que não tem sensação melhor do que estar competindo com esses caras e se saindo bem, né? Então eu tô aqui para isso, eu surfo para isso, eu treino para isso, né? Então o trabalho está dando certo.
Well, he says he's very happy. He says he trains for that. That's why he surfs for. But he feels that these are big names of bodyboarding and big competitors. So he's just very happy to make it. What's your strategy now? Do you know right now you're going to a non-elimination round? So what do you think you're going to be doing in the next heats?
Eu vim da repescagem, né? Perdi no primeiro round do circuito do evento principal, né? Mas voltei com força total né? E estamos aí para a briga. Quero muito chegar na final, é um grande sonho meu, né? E o gigante caiu. É nóis, galera do Ceará, Rapadura Storm, um beijo pra geral. Tamo junto.
Oh, he was saying he's coming from the repechage, but he came back strong. So yeah, he's dreaming about getting into the final. So that's his main goal. So congratulations, parabéns para você, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Congratulations to Rapadura Storm member Joao Paulo, advancing on to round number 4 and knocking out Jared Houston out of competition. Currently out in the water, we do have another Rapadura Storm rider. It is Ajeas Ravik, who is unfortunately not having a similar run as Joao. But Ian Campbell, he's looking pretty good given the conditions.
All right, up and riding. Ian Campbell making a nice roll happen there. Plenty of projection. Nice carving 360. Stays on board. He's going to continue on to that ever so intense inside section. Nice roll to finish off that wave for the rider from South Africa, Ian Campbell. At this stage, the lone South African left in the main event. We've seen 2 massive eliminations in the previous heats. Tristan Roberts, Jared Houston surfing very well, but coming up just short of the advancement position. So Ian Campbell trying to keep hopes alive for the South Africans. Ajeas Ravik, he got 2 rolls off on his wave as well. So as we wait for scores, we see the riders starting to notch up their performances and get a little bit closer to hopefully charging on through to round number 4.
Well, we're down to the last South African. Pretty sure he's looking very confident, feeling very confident at this stage, but we're still 15 minutes away from ending this heat. You can see Ian getting back out there as quickly as possible to try to improve on his one of his 2 waves, or both waves, in fact, with 15 minutes remaining. So Ajeas Ravik needs to get going if he wants to advance on.
That he does, but he would certainly be motivated by the performance of his homeboy, Joao Paulo, from the last heat, but also motivated from his round 1 heat, getting second highest total of round 1. Ajeas Ravik wreaking havoc on the field and definitely putting on a solid run. So he's got a bit of momentum behind him, but also so does Ian Campbell, who also won his round 1 matchup. Of course, Ian Campbell becoming known as one of the most consistent and fierce competitors, a very, very complete rider. He's becoming known for his high-flying backflips. And let's see, up and riding Ajeas Ravik making a flip happen there.
Nice.
Pretty impressive, because I didn't think that section was going to give him much altitude. And then now this big roll on the inside, Manny.
That was solid. That is what he needed to do to get back into the game here in heat number 7 against Ian Campbell. So, wow, the Rapadura Storm crew may be causing a little bit of rumble here in the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Will this young Brazilian take out another ripping South African Ian Campbell? We're going to find out as this last score comes in. Ajeas Ravik's last wave looking very good. Ian Campbell has 2 solid scores, but that right there from Ajeas is going to help him get back in contention. We have stacked heats coming up as well.
Stacked heats coming up. Let's take a look at Ajeas Ravik making a flip happen on that one. Pretty intricate section, because it didn't seem like he had a lot of speed or a big bottom turn, but then how's this inside section? Nice solid roll, as that wave was almost bigger there than it was at the start. Not sure if this is live or replay, but looks like Ian Campbell getting a solid roll here. Bottom turns around the section. Goes for the forward and biffs the spin. So check this out. I was just taking a look at the heat draw, and the last 3 heats in a row were South African versus Brazil battles. Track record for round 3 right now is with Brazil. So we did mention Ian Campbell, the last South African left in the draw. The 3rd South Africa versus Brazil matchup. Let's see if South Africa can get a victory and stay alive in the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival.
The Brazilians making a strong showing here at this event. We're seeing stepping up, getting ready for the next heat. It is going to be Antonio Cardoso against Eder Luciano, who both have been looking great. So that's going to be another fun heat to watch. Eder Luciano coming in at 6 foot 2 inches tall, but still able to run around in these conditions as nimble as the shortest and youngest guy on the tour, which is very interesting to see. This tall rider being able to do big backflips in these conditions as well. That's coming up next in the next 11 minutes. Scores have dropped, and you can see them on your scorecard. A 6-point ride for Isaias Havoc, and that 5-point will still keep him in that second place position. But it is Ian Campbell who did answer back with a 6.65 on his second wave, or second high scoring wave. So within reach. Isaias only a 5.11.
Attention yellow, Isaias Havoc, last wave, 5.9. Last red, 5.65. Same situation for
It's getting tight. It's a really tight situation out in the water right now. 10 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
And look how close the scores are right now. We are waiting for the last score of red to come in, but right now these competitors are pretty evenly matched with scores. With just 10 minutes remaining, priority 1 sits with Ian Campbell. Very, very smart competitor. You know, coming up through the South African ranks, through the state and nationals there in South Africa, now finds himself on the world tour as one of the world's best, without a doubt. One of the best competitors on the men's world tour now. Last year taking out 2 world tour events, Arica and then Viana. So super skilled, super powerful competitor. So he's definitely going to strategically work through the next 10 minutes. Let's take a look. Isaias Havoc having a look and getting out of that wave as it didn't offer him too much. Ian Campbell still out the back with first priority.
He had a spectacular run last year, that's for sure. Can he keep a solid momentum going here in 2017, especially here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival? We're going to find out in the next 8 minutes if his run for a win here is possible or shut down by the young Brazilian. Isaias Havoc. Totally possible for another Brazilian to knock out the last and lone South African. But Ian Campbell has the power and the mental strength to hold off and fend off the young Brazilian. But 8 minutes, that's a lot of time.
And with how close this matchup is, it really could go either way. Neither rider has a huge score. They're working with the conditions that are being offered them, and you know, being in second priority right now for Isaias almost could be to his benefit. He can just fish around. He can go for maybe some of the medium to insiders that might be cleaner, might offer a more boosting section. So, you know, Ian Campbell's just going to wait for a nice looking medium to set size wave out the back. He's got priority. He's got the lead, so he's not feeling a lot of pressure, but he knows Isaias Havoc is breathing down his neck because the score needed for Isaias is just a 5.76. So it's not a huge ask, and Isaias totally capable of getting that one. And we may see him taking this opportunity here to attempt it.
Oh my
Big
goodness.
backflip. Looks like the legs came down just a little early. Did not assist in turning that maneuver around. Isaias Havoc, incomplete ride for yellow. 7 minutes now remaining. Ian Campbell still holding priority and the lead out the back.
All by himself, waiting for the next good wave. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Seems like a long time, but whether you're in the lead with priority or whether you're in second place, within striking distance, that time is going to zip right by. Here's another look. If you would have pulled this maneuver, that would have put him totally really close into that hunt for first place, but unfortunately could not pull that maneuver, that backflip around and complete it smoothly. So Isaias heads back out. So the Rapaduda Storm Grom crew are making a presence here in round number 3 at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. It is Saturday. If the sun pops out, there's going to be droves of spectators showing up here to watch not only the bodyboard event here, but a lot of the festivities that are going on around the contest site.
And I think the music's going to start sometime around 4 p.m., right after the final heats of the day, maybe. Concert just kicking off, big and fierce. Manny's got a big, cheeky grin as he can't wait for that live music to start belting at us.
No, what I'm grinning at is at the end of the competition today, I got to run back home, grab all the equipment to prepare for the first ever Antofagasta U Riding the Journey Bodyboard video game tournament. We're going to have 32 slots open, and that's going to be very fun with $150 up for grabs for the top 2 players.
Massive prize purse. That's sick.
It's huge for playing a video game. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's epic.
And we're going to use all the riders will be assigned a name to be used in the video game tournament, and those names are actually all the men's world title holders and all the women world title holders, plus DK and 2 wild cards, Nelson Flores and
Clint Radius.
Alan Munoz.
Oh, Alan Munoz, my bad. Clint coming in short alternate status.
Yes.
But Nacho and Alan are going to be the wild cards for the avatars that these riders are going to be given the opportunity to play. The Journey. If you don't have it on your mobile app, get with it. Ian Campbell using his priority. He scoots into this one, fights through that section, and now he's up and out of this. So, using priority to try to better a 5.65, and from the takeoff, that looked like there was a possibility of that happening. So, not necessarily a priority mistake. We'll be able to make that decision if Isaias Havoc takes advantage of now his priority 1 and gets the score required. But, had that wave not shut down on him, I'm sure we would have seen Ian Campbell pull another large lip maneuver and maybe even a second one there. But as it was, he just gets out of that to start back over. So, thank you to everybody who's tuning in live. So stoked that you are joining us today on day 5 of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. This is the 4th day of the live broadcast. Looks like Manny's getting sneaky with his smartphone and potentially going to either send a shout out or read off the people who answered his last shout out. We know there's some of you tuning in from Cape Town hoping that South Africa stay alive, and we know there's tons of you tuning in from Brazil who are just frothing on the performance of not only Udi Valadao and the Young Guns, but coming up in one of the next heats, Eder Luciano. Let's see,
5.76, 5.76. Wow, nice big extension, and he cuts out of that wave. Oof.
I think that was pretty solid. Good size wave. Nice round roll.
Clean.
He's knocking on the door. Was surprised he didn't go all the way to the inside to maybe get an extra quarter point, but that was awesome. Ian Campbell now, he wants to strike, and he finds a nice roll out the back and adds another roll onto it as well, carving 360, and he's out of there. So a beautiful, beautiful, evenly matched last exchange from both riders. And we will wait for scores because Ian Campbell may find himself in a spot where he may have lost the lead, at least momentarily.
All right, so it looks like the wave exchange between these two riders. Ajeas, his score not coming in at a 5.76 as what he's needed. Is actually lower than that of 4.50. Ian Campbell, solid run right there. May have been got a bigger score and may move further away from Ajeas Havik.
And he does now. Ajeas needing a 6.61. Ajeas Havik out in first priority. 1 minute remaining. This is crunch time. He is definitely capable of getting that score if he has the opportunity. We could see him knocking out the third and final South African of the round. But as it stands, if he doesn't get the opportunity in the next 45 seconds and or Ian Campbell gets another opportunity to increase his distance, we could be seeing Ian Campbell flying that South African flag and representing it on into the further rounds.
Wait a second. Don't count your eggs just yet. We got Ajeas. Oh, going for a backflip, but now you can see that was a little bit of a anxious maneuver, but still pulls it off. Will it be in that 6-point range?
Pulls the drowning man landing, as Jared would call it. Shifts in over that very, very shallow reef. We'll wait for official scores, but the opinion is that that probably wasn't going to be enough. Either way, awesome event for both of these riders. One of them moving on into round number 4. We'll be back with more round 3 action right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Intervened on behalf of...
Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, Dave Hubbard, joined by Manny Vargas, of course, and we are continuing on through very intense round 3 action. Manny checking out the heats. Who do we got in this next lineup?
Out on the water right now, Antonio Cardoso, Eder Luciano. Let's get out there right now so we don't miss any of the action. These are 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. Only one rider advances on into the next round, and the rider in second place, that's the end of the road, and we've already seen some big names get knocked out in this round. Jared Houston, Tristan Roberts, Jacob Romero, Socrates Santana, Nelson Flores, and Patrick Orr are no longer in the event. Up and riding. First wave of the heat, Eder Luciano.
So yet another Brazilian in the heat who's got a ferocious track record. Eder Luciano does find the flip on the inside. One of the first flips we've seen on the inside section today. Out the back.
Nice.
Toe. Big carving reverse 360.
Nice carving reverse, and the judges will take note on those carving reverse as they're adding a little bit more quality when they go into a nice reverse after the spin. After going into the spin. Antonio Cardoso from Praia del Norte in Nazaré. That will be the site of the next Grand Slam series, but we will see a couple events leading up to that event in Nazaré.
Couple events in that beautiful country of Portugal, Sintra and Viana, but let's take a look. Eder Luciano, whitewater roll to start, stays active with it, and it's this inside section where he finds a flip.
That's going to be a high scoring way for Eder, but out the back, answering back. Antonio Cardoso, carving reverse 360, executed perfectly and kicks out of that, but that was the only way for Antonio Cardoso. Scores are coming down, and Eder Luciano most likely will get a higher score than Antonio on that first wave exchange of this 25-minute heat.
So we're seeing the cream really rise to the top of the draw. We've eliminated 12 riders yesterday in the second round of the event, the first non-elimination round, eliminating another 12 riders in this round number 3. And then we're going to see only 12 riders remaining. We're working with 36-man draw in the stadium format. So after round 3, we'll see the final 12 riders left in the event, and we're going to see them ride again today in round number 4, something that we like to call
the catapult round.
And it's because first place from the catapult round gets launched way out into the flats of the competition and lands into the quarterfinals. And second and third for the catapult round still move forward into round number 5, where the winner of round number 5 matchups will join the riders in the quarterfinals.
Who will it be going into round number 4, Eder Luciano or Antonio Cardoso? Both big names here on the World Tour, both capable of getting those giant scores as well. Antonio Cardoso, his ace in the hole is big waves. Can he perform in these smaller wind chop conditions? We're going to find out. Eder Luciano, he is obviously a master at being able to pull off backflips and ARSs in all kinds of conditions, and it was amazing to see his performance in the bigger stuff in this South American leg as well. So it looks like we are getting ready for the interview. With Bago and the winner.
Yeah, that's getting set up shortly. And Ian Campbell is frothing. He was freezing cold before his heat, but I'd imagine now he's heated up after that performance. And we can see steam steam coming off the back of his neck. Maybe that's why they call it a steamer.
Quite possibly. Ian Campbell super stoked, all smiles since he's left the water. Now here he is, the lone South African still in the competition. Ian Campbell and Bego are getting ready downstairs. Currently out in the water, 17 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. The Brazilian and the Portuguese going head to head. Do you think they're talking to each other out there? It looks like they're both, attention is looking towards the beach. There are some ginormous boxes showing who has priority. The boxes do have color coordinated sides, and with priority on the top box and second priority on the bottom box, but it looks like are there any waves coming in out the back? It doesn't look like it, so this is a perfect opportunity to throw it to Bego, and the lone South African left in this event, Ian Campbell. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. Yes, we're here with Ian Campbell. Ian, you just were saying that the conditions are really tough out there, but you managed to advance, so what happened out there?
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, it's shifty, and I really thought I was in the right position on a couple of them, and you take off and it's just like there's not much to do. So yeah, I just capitalized on what I had and kind of made the scores out of the waves that I had, and super happy to go through.
How do you feel that now that most of your friends are being knocked out? I mean, you're almost the only one that is left on the squad.
Yeah, it's pretty nerve-wracking sitting out there and watching them go. Yeah, I feel like the last couple of heats are just, they're unfortunate that they're not getting the scores and the waves that they need. Yeah, and it's just, it's hard to watch them getting knocked out and not feel like you could be next, but trying to just keep positive up there and keep a little bit motivated, kind of listen to my music, get my mind away from things, and seems to have worked, so I'm stoked.
Well, congratulations. You want to say hi or thanks to someone back home?
Yeah, just hi to everyone back home. Thanks so much for watching, guys. I know the conditions are super tough, and yeah, it's just it's going to be a difficult day for everyone, I think. So just stoked for all the support and stoked to be home in a couple of days. It's been a long trip.
Well, congratulations once again, and we're back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Bego, and of course, congratulations to Ian Campbell for sticking with it and keeping the dreams alive for the South Africans here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival 2017. But back out into the water, pretty evenly matched situation so far. Antonio Cardoso was able to get a 4.5 on his last ride. Pair that up with a 3.5, and he is in the lead for the time being. Ed Luciano only needing a 3.01, sitting with priority, 15 minutes remaining.
We did post something on our APB Facebook page. I haven't hit the shout-out list yet, but here we go with priority. Eder Luciano taking off on this one. Nice, clean. Oh, an ARS. How he got projected on there, I have no idea. Using a ton of speed. All the speed he can get off that bottom turn goes into a spin. Coming in that inside section. Wow. Eder Luciano is on a rampage right now. Clocking in a big flip on the outside and making it all the way to the inside with a nice roll to finish that off. That will definitely be the highest score of the heat. Eder Luciano. Shout-outs going down right now. Of course, our top three always watching every single minute. Again, look at that giant ARS from Eder Luciano, the only rider we see out on the tour wearing the white fins. Out the back, answering back, Antonio Cardoso, the Portuguese. Nice clean roll. Comes out to the flats with a spin. He's kicking hard to try to get in that inside section, and he knows this could be a hit or miss, and he hits it with a nice small roll on the inside, but still pulled it off. So great wave exchange between the Portuguese and the Brazilian on that last run of waves. So here we go from the top of the list. Jason Ricky from Costa Rica sending out Pura Vida vibes and really wants to know where he can get a pair of pants like the ones Dub is wearing. That I will leave to Dub. Jay Fajardo, what's up? Jay Cation, always at the airport on his way somewhere exotic. Miss you, brother. Hope to see you guys soon. Rob Fellish, what's up? Lone Soldier from Los Angeles. I miss you guys. A couple of my Cabo Freak Fest veterans right off the bat. Adam Day in Monterey, California. Manu in Sintra, Portugal. Always tuning in. You know what, Manu? We're going to bring you something from one of our events just because we are heading towards Portugal, and we will see you. So, Manu, expect something from Dave or I in Portugal. Alan in NYC, what's up? There's that big ARS from Eder Luciano, and that if that wasn't enough, he throws in a reverse spin, and he kicks all the way to the inside with a nice extended roll on that inside. So a great ride right there for Eder Luciano. And the wave exchange.
Antonio Cardoso is on this wave out the back, gets a roll on the outside section. So pretty tight heat, but now that Eder Luciano drops a 7-point ride, the situation does increase for Antonio Cardoso, now needing a 6.76 as we enter the second half of this matchup. Out in the water, Eder Luciano looking strong. These are conditions that he's comfortable in. He's got tremendous upper body strength that really helps him with the projection that he's able to muster off of these sections. And as the wind continues to crumble these lips, it becomes more and more difficult to generate projection off of the section itself. And so having that upper body strength and having that water polo kind of background of just being able to project your body up for scores definitely does help Eder Luciano.
I'm going to continue down this shout-out list with Tiago in Portugal. We got Abdeslam in Morocco. Brahim is still in the event, so we're going to see another Moroccan support coming down the pipeline. Fabi Ta in Quinta region, just down the coast here from Antofagasta. She is working in the mountains. It's snowing, and she's able to look down towards the ocean and is watching the live feed. So, Fabi, bienvenido aquí al live feed desde Antofagasta. We got Bodyboard from Gran Canaria Islands. We also have from Cape Town. Wow, all the Cape Town South Africans pretty much punched in at the same time with Peter Jean Venter and Tara Charon. We have Raoun in Hong Kong, Cape Town. We got Corbin. Byron is in Perth, and we're pretty close to the end of this list here. Hold on. Andrew is in South Africa. Karen in South Africa. Chad, South Africa. Troy, South Africa. Geez, South Africans are tuning in. Just so you know, there is one South African still in the event by the name of Ian Campbell. Brian in Orlando. Simon, what's up? Hayne in Big Island. Hildar, Houston again. She's always on.
Thanks, Hilda, for joining in. And
love it.
We're going to be able to see your son in heat number 10 commentating in the booth, even though he's eliminated from the competition. Eder Luciano having a little look, musters a roll there and gets out. So he just saw that the wave potential there was lacking, and it's not going to improve on his 5-point ride. Eder Luciano putting pressure, maintaining a solid pace and tempo to this heat. Antonio Cardoso now sitting in first priority. He's got 10 minutes to find a 6.76. Here's Eder's last wave.
All right, Eder's trying to time it perfectly, but once he gets around that section, there was not much there, so he forces that roll up and over. Not a high-scoring wave for Eder Luciano. So a few more names before we go to the scores. It is Tom and Fraser in Bicton, West Oz. Big ups from Perth with Alex. We got Carlos in Long Beach, California. Bernard in Centurios. I don't know what that is. Ted in Santa Maria, California. So, again, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world. That was probably the biggest shout-out list that we've ever had on air.
So thanks, everybody, for tuning in and staying tuned in to our social medias. Antonio tries to get onto that one, will lose first priority. He's now going to be in second priority. Still chasing a 6.76. Now Eder back into the power position, driving through this heat with solid numbers, and now sitting again with priority. So Again, thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks for jumping on that Facebook shout out. Thanks for downloading the APB app if you have done so, and also another app to consider downloading if you have the megabytes. Journey, the U-Riding game. So Eder Luciano is up and riding, but does not get a lot of action there.
Out the back, Antonio Cardoso. Nice spin off the top or towards the top of the wave, and not much there. As you can see, the riders are a little bummed out right now on this conditions. But you know what? They're putting something together as the scores still keep dropping in the pretty good range from 5s to 7s. But this is a competition. We're going to be moving on into round number 4. 4 3-man heats. And yes, we are going to have the Pro Junior Final and the Women's Grand Final to end today's competition.
So a full day of action here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. This is Saturday, the 15th, I believe, of July. And it's a festival out here. Let's see, Antonio Cardoso gets a nice roll on the outside and hopes for something more. He is coming to that inside section. And through the lip, exit, almost re-entry. And I don't know if you noticed during my heat, but I tried to cut out and almost had a failed cutout, which we were talking about yesterday. And I was thinking about how we had talked about it while I was getting swept across the reef.
It's really shallow right there, and unfortunately we won't be able to bring you a camera shot of how shallow it is, but take our word for it. It's really shallow once you come into the inside section. Eder Luciano straight off the bottom, extends his roll right there, comes into the inside, nice clean reverse, and here is that critical part of the wave where he goes for a roll up and over. Nice clean, another great combination of maneuvers right there. Will it be better than that 5.0 that he has there on his scorecard at his second highest wave? It could be, but that first move on the outside, little sloppy, not very clean, but still able to put together a nice combination of maneuvers.
So Antonio did get a 6-point ride. It wasn't enough, but it advanced him a little closer to Eder. We'll now see if Eder was able to ditch that 5 for something a little more on his last ride to bring back the distance required of Antonio Cardoso. So definitely tough matchups in all of these round 3 heats, but especially as the conditions do deteriorate in wave quality, it is becoming a bit more tough. So Eder does get 5.4. It increases his lead, but Antonio was able to make up some ground, so now just needs 6.41.
Totally obtainable for the Portuguese. We do have a few Portuguese in round number 3 that are still in competition. Dino Carmo is going to be coming up next against Paul Blas. And I believe that might be it. Just those two are the lone Portuguese riders in this men's division. So Eder Luciano, will he hold off Antonio Cardoso in these last 4 minutes and 30 seconds of this heat? Again, tough conditions out there, but the riders are making it look very easy to pull off those flip maneuvers. ARSs still possible. Eder Luciano, the master. Let's take another look at Eder Luciano on his last wave. Clean bottom turn. Again, not much there for Eder, but he uses the force and the speed from his bottom turn to pull that over and does a nice spin to the inside. Right there, again.
Hits the backwash to make that Rolo happen. Pretty cool opportunity as riders come to the inside. It's so shallow in there. There's backwash happening. There's surging, sucking up lips. And sometimes the biggest move on the waves now is being done way on the inside at that end section.
How deep do you think it is right there?
Depending on the tide, it could be exposed reef in there, or it could be, just inches deep, probably at the very highest tide. about a foot maybe, something around there. I mean, it's super shallow in there and it's real shelfy, so it all converges in these lumps of rock and then gets deep afterwards, which makes it difficult to predict how that wave's going to work out, and also gives the wave quite a bit of force to compress.
No matter what, it's still going to be shallow, whether it's high tide or low.
Indeed, indeed. So we're starting to see this heat trickle away. Just under 3 minutes remaining. Antonio Cardoso with first priority. Does need a 6.41 on his next ride, or on a ride within the next several minutes if he wants to continue on in this competition. Meanwhile, Eder Luciano is going to continue to tick away at the required scores. So Eder with a nice flip through the lip, got some good projection, throws a reverse spin, and he's going to keep going. He does find another roll, and maybe even one more to close off this
contest
wave.
Machine.
This might be the best wave of the heat. Either way, it's going to make the situation for Antonio that much more difficult, Manny.
Oh my goodness, that was a great piece of work right there from the contest machine himself, the Brazilian Eder Luciano. He would love to get into those later heats and possibly pull off a win here.
Well, I can see it happening with riding like that.
1 minute, 30 seconds. Eder Luciano pulling further and away from Antonio Cardoso with that last wave.
6.75.
Oh my.
So now required of Antonio is a 7.76, Manny.
Well, we saw the highest score of the heat come down at as a 7. So Antonio Cardoso, if he wants to get out of this heat, he has to get the highest score of the heat, which would have to be a 7.76.
So here we catch up with the replay after that through the lip ARS, but we're going to see both of the rolls that take place on that end section. And Eder Luciano looking good. He's in a short arm full, Manny, so I was pretty impressed to see that he was donning a less than a full suit in this heat, but he does like competing with his arms exposed. One of the few bodyboarders I know that uses a short arm full, and it's, you know, almost as trademark as those white fins of his.
Yep.
That he's almost always going to be wearing that combination: white fins, short arm full, especially in competition. Let's take a look now. Set coming out the back. Will Antonio take it? 7.76 with 15 seconds. This is probably his final opportunity. And already, with no section out the back, Antonio Cardoso is just yielding to the force of Eder Luciano. Eder Luciano moving on through to the next round. We're going to be back after this quick commercial break. Please stay tuned.
Lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, Dub as they call him. We are underway. Heat number 9 out in the water. We have elimination round number 3 of the men's division. Let's get out there.
We've got Dino Carmo and Paul Blas in this matchup. Should be pretty awesome. Paul Blas, of course, we remember finishing 4th in the Teopo Tahiti Challenge. Up and riding was Paul Blas. Here we see the end of his wave. Paul Blas making it on into round number 3 to battle it out with Dino Carmo, such a fierce competitor. He finished out 3rd at the, second place at the Itacoatiara Pro just earlier in the South American leg. So 2 guys who've been in the final 4 of some of the last events on the APB World Tour. In this matchup, it's a big battle for points, Manny.
Yes, that's right. And we are going to move into Heat 10, 11, and 12 before going into round number 4. Roberto Bruno, Josh Kirkman will be coming up next in Heat number 10. But now, with 25-minute heats on our hands, we have Heat number 9 out in the water. The lone Portuguese, can he hold on to advancing on and keep a Portuguese flag in this event, as we just saw Antonio Cardoso unfortunately get knocked out, the only other Portuguese to make it this far. Paul Blas in the yellow jersey, and here's Dino Carmo on the outside on his last wave.
So it makes a roll happen, then that reverse spin, forcing these maneuvers, but here's a big move on the inside. That super shallow inside section makes the roll happen, pushes over that shallow shelf. 4.5 for Dino Carmo. Paul Blas with just a 1.25. So pressure is on Paul Blas from the get-go.
Hi, welcome everybody once again to the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and it is a festival atmosphere for sure here on the pretty shelly, lots of shells on this beach, and I actually have to take a few back for some friends. I don't know if that's, what's it called when you take lava rocks away from Hawaii?
Well, super not cool.
I know. We'll be back. We're ready for the interview right now with the winner of the last heat with Bego. Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manny. We're here with Eder Luciano. Eder, oh my God, we know, because everybody has been talking about the same. The conditions are really hard. There's a lot of wind right now. It's really choppy. But how come you managed to land those explosive maneuvers? We are very impressed about that.
Yeah, the conditions now is really, really difficult to get the good one. And I stay relaxed and get the second priority because I can check out the waves and see the best waves. And I try to get more waves in this heat because sometimes you get the first priority waiting for the good one, and when the wave's coming, it's not good. And you stay waiting is really bad. And I'm really happy to advance to round 4. And let's see what happens for the next.
Why are you surfing with a short wetsuit? It's very cold now.
Yeah, the wave is really cold, but you paddle a lot, you know. When you come here, so stressful to back on the outside, and I go with short. It's okay, 25 minutes. It's right for me.
So there you have it, the strategy of the Brazilians. Less density wetsuit and waiting, and he didn't care about the first priority. So congratulations. Você quer mandar um alô para alguém agora, por português?
Valeu toda a galera do Brasil aí, todo mundo que está na torcida. Vamos torcer pelos brasileiros aí, para a galera fazer um bom resultado aqui, conseguir um bom trabalho e colocar nossa bandeira no lugar mais alto do pódio. E um grande beijo para toda a minha família, todos os meus patrocinadores e aqueles que torcem por mim de coração mesmo. Valeu, Brasil!
Well, parabéns para você, and back to you guys.
Congratulations to Eder Luciano marching forward into round number 4. Back out into the action. We saw Paul Blas during the interview with a nice set of moves. Here it is once again with priority. Dino Carmo pulling back. So a nice spin off the top, and it was able to hit the brakes, stall for a little bit to have that section and pull up and bottom turn into a nice roll section. Paul Blas putting on the heat right now for Dino Carmo and comes all the way to the inside. This is the dark horse of the event here, just slowly tracking forward with a 5.25 for that last wave. Dino Carmo with one wave of 4.50.
So Paul Blas definitely not feeling that pressure from Dino Carmo's first ride, one-upping him with a score of his own. Neither of these riders with a backup yet, but it's still early days, as they say, in this heat. Just 8 minutes in, just about 7 remaining. And Antofagasta treating us to such a rad event. All the competitors have continued to say over and over how thrilled they are to be here in Antofagasta and to be a part of this bodyboard festival. The athletes are treated so well here. Probably some of the best conditions that our athletes see inside the contest area. So treated so well. They get plenty of water. There's a water dispenser that's refilled daily. Bananas are given to all the competitors, even cereal bars. So competitors staying charged. They've got a nice, huge area to make their home and to be comfortable in. There's even a changing room for the female competitors, so they can be a little bit more comfortable as they prepare for their heats and get changed after their heats. Let's take a look. Paul Blas up on this right.
Wow, another right taken by Paul Blas. We haven't seen too many rights ridden today, but not much there is the reason why. The waves are definitely shorter, and not much there for the riders who opt to go on the right. So Dino Carmo now waiting patiently with priority out the back. The Portuguese, only one wave so far. 10 minutes have passed in this heat, and Dino only has gotten one wave. The winning game could backfire if you're not able to pull off getting those nice scores, those solid waves that do roll through. But Dino Carmo waiting patiently with priority on the outside.
So we might have a taker here. Dino Carmo looking for a 201. And he's probably not going to get it there. But looks like we may even have a little paddle battle. One of Manny's favorite things about this professional competitive sport. And it looks like Paul Blas being smoked, left way behind in that little battle out there. So Dino Carmo's going to regain priority and regain his position in the lineup, hoping to improve on his last score, that wave. He's looking for a 2-point ride.
That was pretty smart of Dino to pull out of that, get back out there before Paul Blas can get back out there and retain and hold on to that first priority. So Dino Carmo playing it really smart on that last wave. If it did shape up to be a better wave, of course he would have ridden that out, but not much was offering for Dino Carmo on that wave, so he gets out of that wave and reclaims priority number 1 again. Paul Blas with those two scores of a 5.25 and a 3.50. Looking really good. Dino Carmo, again, not a high-scoring wave. Not a high-scoring heat so far for these two riders out in the water, having to contend in some of these tough situations with a very windy. There are some waves that are still coming in this heat, so it's just a matter of wave selection.
So Paul Blas makes his way out into the lineup. He's going to have second priority, and he's going to be looking for something not that huge, you know, to improve on that 3.5 would increase the distance, but Dino Carmo does not need much to attack Paul Blas. Paul Blas, at this point, the lone Australian, still in the main event of the men's. sorry, Joshua Brigitte Kirkman is coming up in one of the next heats. So even though he is an Aussie Swede, he is in the next heat. So not the lone Australian. My bad. I may have said that yesterday. Dino Carmo making a roll happen there. And that's about it. So yeah, apologies. I think I may have said that yesterday about a lone Australian, but no. Paul Blas and Joshua Brigitte Kirkman at this stage are still in men's main event, round number 3. And we're really excited actually for Joshua Brigitte Kirkman coming up against the runner-up of the Eureka Chilean Challenge in the next heat. Roberto Bruno takes on Joshua Brigitte Kirkman. But in the water right now, we do have Paul Blas, the Australian, versus Dino Carmo representing Praia de Norte in Portugal. We're actually going to be heading to his hometown of Nazaré later on in the European leg of the APP World Tour, just in a couple of months from now. Let's see. Paul Blas using priority on this one, flat palming it, throws a carve, and goes for a roundhouse, but not a roundhouse re-entry, a roundhouse exit.
Paul Blas, he has been moving since the very beginning of this heat. Dino Carmo starting to get rocking and rolling. So Dino Carmo waiting patiently. He has that 4.5 is higher, bigger than Paul Blas's second highest scoring wave. But let's take a look at what went down for Paul Blas. Again,
there's the roundhouse
for a cutback, and that was it.
Roundhouse exit, live out the back. Dino Carmo, not a lot there for him, so he gets out. And Paul Blas will be back out in the lineup with priority. This heat is definitely pretty interesting. Of course, Dino Carmo's fellow countryman, fellow rider from Praia de Norte, getting eliminated by Eder Luciano in that last matchup. So, Portugal's hopes lie in Dino Carmo.
Praia Nazaré, Praia de Norte is the site of the next Grand Slam series, which is happening in the first weeks of October. Paul Blas coming in. Nice carve back into the power zone. Now the question is this wave going to shape up? Nice carving reverse. And coming into that next nice section, no, but pulls back. Paul Blas, unfortunately, cannot piece together that inside section with a roll, but stable, still able to pull back on that. So Paul Blas not going to probably maybe get rid of that 3.5 with a 4, but you know what? Still not a super high scoring wave for Paul Blas.
Yeah, I feel that maybe if he was able to connect that inside section and get a roll, maybe there would have been the chance to ditch the 3.5 and increase the situation. As it stands, Dino Carmo still looking for a 4.26. He has first priority. Now less than 10 minutes remaining. And even though the conditions are difficult out there, waves aren't massive, it's windy, kind of onshore, the riders still are having a blast here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Everybody's up in the competitor area, staying hydrated, staying fueled up, care of the event staff, and they are just watching the action because they are anxiously awaiting to see who will become the champion of the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We'll find out for the pro juniors and the women's today. But once we get through round 3, we're going to have a much clearer picture at who will be in the running for that championship spot out of the remaining men in the competition. Of course, we are using the stadium format here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, and it matches perfectly the stadium-like atmosphere of La Ola Cupola de Poder Power Dome here at Playa Yacolen. Let's take a look. Dino Carmo up and riding, Manny.
Punches through the lip right there, pulls off a nice clean roll. not bad for the situation given at hand. As you can see, a lot of the riders are negotiating their kick out as they bail out of the wave. They kick out of the wave. They can't go deep because it's really shallow, and the reef will just cut up your hands if you do go fist a rock on the shallow reef here. So a lot of riders are skimming the top of the surface of the water to cut out of there, and sometimes they get pulled back by the currents.
And even though riders are doing their best not to contact the bottom, several riders, even photographers, contacting the bottom, coming in with scrapes, coming in with urchins, pukas in their hands and feet. So definitely something to deal with out here is the very shallow rock bottom that we have. 7 minutes remaining. Something else about this rock bottom, and you would have noticed it when you did go into the ocean for the first time in Chile. This trip, just a couple days ago, was the rocks are comprised of, they're almost kind of an aggregate composite. So there's pebbles in the rocks. So there's actually bigger rocks in the base rock. So all these rocks have an atrocious contour. Let's take a look. Paul Blas up on this right, goes for a roll. Doesn't look like he's going to come through it. But what I mean to say is it's not a flat, round surface of the rock. Trying to describe that there's embedded within the rock other harder rocks, which make it just a very gravelly, almost like a very rough grit sandpaper, but bigger stones. So maybe not stones the size of your fist, but maybe a stone the size of your big toe embedded within the rock. So you come into contact with that, and that's almost like going to pull out the cheese grater effect on you. Maybe carve out a big chunk, or like Ian Campbell experienced here a few years ago, slice a super deep gouge into your body. So riders are trying to avoid that this year, but inevitably we are seeing at least some minor scrapes and scruffles, and a couple people actually hitting and getting bruises on whether it's their hip or their knees with hard contact to the bottom. So there are dangers of this venue.
Ayaka Suzuki, actually a finalist, hit her hip really hard on the reef, and she had to ice it. She's been icing it for the last few days, preparing for the grand final against Neymar Carvalho. So yeah, I mean, a lot of the riders have been making contact with the shallow reef, which is not fun to do.
No, it is not fun at all. Very, very rough, actually, and very uncomfortable to encounter. So riders doing their best to avoid it, but they're also doing their best to get the most points they can off of each ride to continue to advance on through these heats. And with under 5 minutes remaining, it does look like Dino Carmo has moved himself back into that leadership spot, traded out the other 4 on his scorecard for a 4.75. Very small requirement now for Paul Blas. 4.01 required, Manny. And even though points-wise it's a small requirement, these waves are not offering a lot of scoring opportunities. So it is a difficult ask. Dino Carmo uses priority on this one. Wants to improve on that 4.5, his secondary scoring ride. Pulls a nice flip, and he is stoked. You can see his mouth open after he completes these maneuvers and goes for an inside move. Can he make this roll? No, it looks like it crashes around him. Incomplete second maneuver, but I dare say that flip on the outside will get rid of that 4.75. This might be the best wave of the heat. We'll just have to wait and see. I do expect a little bit more now required for Paul Blas in the next 3.5 minutes.
Well, I mean, Paul needs to do something right now if he wants to get out of this situation. Again, he will have an attainable score to reach, but in these conditions, it's going to be tougher to grab hold of. So, Dub, tell us a little bit about your ritual on how you get ready for heats. I mean, look, everybody has their own techniques and styles. I talked to Jacob Romero. Unfortunately, his regimen of training ends right when he gets onto the tour, and he hasn't stretched since he's been here.
Well, great question. I'm going to get into that after we touch on the situation. 6.5 now for Dino Carmo. Now a 6.01 needed for Paul Blas. 2 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Great question, Manny. It is challenging to train while on the road or to maintain that peak fitness level. Oh, up and riding Paul Blas. Nice carving reverse 360. He throws it into a forward, bumps and gumps that end section and gets out. So, back to the question, preparing, for the tour in general, most guys are training while at home, preparing physically and mentally. But once they get on tour and start traveling, harder to maintain peak physical condition. You start slipping, you run into long travels, you're on the road, you're in places where it's not as easy to stretch or work out. Maybe access to the water becomes limited, so your free sessions training in the water could have an effect there. But once you get set up at an event with a waiting period, like Itacoatiara, for example, the riders get back into a routine. So they'll go out for a free surf every morning before the comp starts. They'll start eating their meals at specific times. Of course, they'll be doing that regularly, but also in coordination with when they'll surf their heats. So they're going to be well digested, well fueled for their heats. Let's take a look at Paul Blas. 6.01 now required. Bashing reverse bank. Incomplete. Now 70 seconds remaining. Dino Carmo in first place with priority. But back to preparation for heats in particular. As you mentioned on yesterday's broadcast, because I watch my heats, I did notice that you were talking about how I watch my heats after I surf them. So I heard you talking about how I watch my heats while I was watching my heats. That's a replay. That was the 6.5. That was the best score of the heat. And so that's a bit of the preparation. So I'm aware of how my riding looks, how the scores looked. I remember how they felt when I approached those waves. And then I start to prepare mentally, and not enough time to get into that subject. We'll save that for another heat. But as this heat in the water counts down, Dino Carmo looking really good to be representing Nazaré, Praia do Norte in Portugal, as he continues to move on through. He's going to use his priority on the last wave ridden of this heat. Up and riding, throws a flip. Looks like he's able to ride out of it, but the heat does count down. Dino Carmo moving on through to round 4. Stay with us because we're going to be back right after this.
Somos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Somos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Intervened on behalf of...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival 2017. Dave Hubbard, joined by Jared Houston. Thanks for coming into the booth, Jared.
Pleasure, man. Let's get straight out there. Looks like we got a pretty cool heat in our hands.
Yeah, we do. Joshua Brigitte Kirkman and Roberto Bruno. So let's get right into the action. And I'm glad, hopefully Hilda was still tuning in because she's been locked in all day. And I let her know that her son was coming up in the commentary booth. So if you're watching, hopefully you got a good glimpse at your handsome son. Let's see. Out the back, Joshua Brigitte Kirkman got busy during commercials.
Yeah, Josh kicking things off, a pretty classic looking wave for today. We've got Roberto Bruno also opening up his account. Gets a nice roll through the lip there, and he looks like he is hungry for something else, but we were unable to see what he did there, but he did net himself 4.50 to start things off.
And a 4.50 on a day like today, especially as we continue through the heats, that can be a score worth keeping at this point.
Yeah, it definitely can.
In some heats.
The waves have degraded somewhat, so it's pretty difficult there. And yeah, definitely you got to just kind of keep busy and try to keep building your scores. He's definitely off to a good start with 4.50. Let's, he's hoping to not have to count that in his scoreline at the end of the heat, but if he does, then he got right to it.
Something I've noticed during some of the last few heats is that as the outside becomes more disorganized and messier, more difficult to find sections, some of the better sections have actually been way at the end on that inside, real shallow, crazy backwash shelfie section.
Oh, like right at the end, like right down the bottom? Yeah, fully. It's just like it's changed so much now, the wind on it. I think anyway the swell is coming from a very southerly direction, so it sort of was breaking across the reef this morning, but now even more so. And yeah, like you said, Dave, I've seen a couple of the cooler moves I've seen being thrown in the last few heats have definitely been on that inside shallow shelf there.
Talking about that inside shallow shelf, is it intimidating coming into the inside and committing to a maneuver there, even though the wave's usually a bit smaller?
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, sometimes where you're landing is quite literally dry. So you're really going to want to, the judges are kind of awarding you for going that little bit extra distance and committing to the roll on the inside or whatever move you do. But you still got to, you got to have your wits about you. You got to do the move and get out quick.
Yeah, I would agree, and we'll get more on this subject, but we do have an interview with Dino Carmo and Bego, so take it away, Bego.
Thanks a lot, Dave. We're here with Dino. Dino, oh my God, we all know this is very difficult out there, but how do you feel taking pole blast? Bodyboarding that have been doing great, for example, in Chopo, he surfs amazing. So how do you feel at the moment and how was the heat?
Estou super feliz porque sei que ele surfa muito. Sabia que quem apanhasse as melhores ondas deste heat era quem ia passar, porque o mar está muito difícil. Dentro da água está difícil de escolher a onda que dá a entender que vai dar para bater um rolo ou um RS. E tive o heat todo à procura de uma onda e quase só ao fim é que fiz essa onda boa. Só ia conseguir relaxar um pouco. E agora é continuar a tentar, é fazer ondas e esperar que a onda abra e consiga fazer boas notas para ir passando as fases e chegar o mais longe possível.
Well, he said he's very happy to find those two waves, and after the second wave he relaxed a little bit, but he respects a lot Paul Blas. He knows he's a very good rider, and he just wants to keep advancing, and hopefully the waves get better so he can show a better show. So, você quer mandar um alô para quem agora?
Sim, quero mandar um obrigado lá para a família, para a minha namorada, para o pessoal todo da Nazaré e de Portugal que estão sempre a apoiar. Agradecer aos meus patrocínios, que é a Praia do Norte, o Alojamento de Batata, a Nazaré Surf School, o apoio da Science e mandar um abraço aí para toda a malta.
Parabéns para você and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Bego, for that terrific interview. Great to see that Nazarene, Dino Carmo, moving on through, representing Portugal very well. And the lone Portuguese, but let's take a look. This was a big roll from Roberto Bruno. Nice high-flying maneuver on the outside, carving reverse, and then came to this inside section that we were talking about a little earlier. On this one, it wasn't necessarily quite as intense as how we've been talking, but This was pretty wild out the back.
This is a cool wave. Watch how he does the double pump here. There goes one down, and again, down again. The double pump. I loved it. Really cool idea there from Josh. You know, he kind of seemed like he might have wanted to line up a little barrel, which I imagine under the circumstances the judge would have awarded handsomely had he been able to, you know, make it out cleanly. But there's just so much wind to contend with right now. A couple of wind with the bad soil direction, and we got ourselves a real cauldron out there for the guys to contend with. So very difficult conditions in hand. Roberto Bruno did really well there, you know. Came out the gates there with a big roll and a big set wave. That's going to put him into a very commanding position in this heat. You know, Josh really has to be looking now for waves of that caliber to get himself back into this one.
Yeah, I'll agree with you completely there, Jerry. And with your call about it being a cauldron, it would sure be nice if it was as warm as a boiling cauldron, but man, it is pretty cold here.
It is pretty cold, man. It's been it's pretty funny, you know, like a couple of weeks ago we were hanging out in Brazil on the beach, you know, getting suntan and whatnot. Here we got our Brazilian Roberto Bruno up and riding. He's looking to back up that last ride that he had, and he almost had a cool section there, but unfortunately didn't really connect with it. And he's out of there in search of something better. But yeah, what a contrast from Brazil. You know, we're there getting sun, you know, just surfing in spring suits, and we get over the last 2 weeks in Chile. All of us are looking super white and pasty again. Bundled up here. I'm sure you guys got a glimpse of us when we started this heat. You would have seen that we're pretty well wrapped up.
And it's mainly because the wind picked up, and it's pretty much cutting through all the layers that everyone's wearing. The wind's pretty gusty, and it's a cold wind.
Yeah.
And you know, previous days we have had nice sunny days here in Antofagasta. You know, mellow winds. Actually, it would get quite warm. Some people were wearing shorts to the beach.
I was one of them.
And it was fine. You know, you're kind of peeling off the layers as the day went on, getting your sunglasses out and putting on your shades. But now, a lot of clouds, a lot of wind, really frigid air.
It is.
I think
it seems that from whichever way the wind blows here in Antofagasta, it's cold, you know, because the days we've had offshore sunny conditions with offshore winds in the morning, that wind's been really icy coming off the heights of the Atacama Desert. You know, it's really been coming down and just, yeah, like you said, cutting right through. But here we got Josh Kirkman up on a wave now. Does manage to roll there. Pretty tricky section, and you know, that wave just kind of fizzled out on him. But you know, Josh is in a bit of a pickle right now. You know, 14 minutes remaining. Essentially, he wants to, you know, improve on both those rides. Here we get another look at Roberto Bruno. He's out. So man, it's difficult out there. Josh Kirkman right now is chasing a 9.76, which, you know, theoretically he's not really going to concentrate on finding a wave of he's not really looking for a ride of 9 points. He's kind of more looking to get himself a 5 and a something else.
Yeah, he wants to improve on both of his scores that he has in his scoreline. And even if he does, Roberto Bruno is going to be working on improving at least one of his scores over the next 14 minutes. So, you know, over 10 minutes in. And one thing that, you know, as we anticipated this weekend, we did see the wind in the forecast. We were hoping there was going to be something else involved in the forecast too.
Yeah, we were really hoping that it'd be kind of pretty massive. But that has not happened yet. I'm still holding out on tomorrow. I've got faith in tomorrow. Even another look at Josh Kirkman's last ride. Doing what he can. Did well for what he had.
So yeah, we were really hoping that, you know, okay, sure enough, wind can be a factor, but if it's coming, bring some swell along with it, give us some bigger conditions so that we could at least muscle through some bigger lumps of water while dealing with the wind chop. And instead we're dealing with wind chop that's almost similar size to the swells that we're riding.
For sure. Are we going to get a ride here? Yeah, it does look like Josh Kirkman will take off on this one. And yeah, kind of first impressions that are drawing nicely for the reef. Does manage a nice clean roll on that one. And is he going to go for it? No, he cuts out. So Josh seems to be steadily building. You know, he started off with a 2.5, now he built himself to a 3.5, and I dare say that would be his best ride of the heat, Dave.
I think it would be, and you know, it's probably going to be somewhere in that 4 range. Not sure if it'll be a flat 4 or maybe enough to match Gilberto Bruno's 4.5, but let's take a look at the replay. I think the judges are really going to be looking at the fine details, the subtle nuances of all the qualities of the maneuvers, especially today. Of course, that is their job, and they're doing that daily.
Yeah.
But on a day like today, where we're starting to really narrow in the range of maneuvers and the variety of wave quality that our riders are selecting, you know, it really is the difference between a smoother landing or a slightly larger section that was hit, and even just the fine details of the rotation and certain other subtle nuances that these judges are really going to have to isolate what's better than previous and use a lot of comparison to previous rides.
100%. You know, the judges would have a really tough day today picking apart these rides, Dave. You know, the waves are all pretty similar. Like we've been saying, you know, there's a lot of chops to contend with, a lot of sloppiness. So I think what they're really going to be looking for to set apart the different rides is cleanliness. Cleanliness, speed, and projection. You know, they want to see you getting out in front of the lip, landing clean in the flats. Because that's the hardest thing to do today. You know, a lot of guys are getting caught up. A lot of poorly executed maneuvers, and so if you're doing something clean, you're doing something fast and powerful, the judges are going to like that. I mean, I guess that applies to any day, but today more than ever, I think that's pretty crutch.
And especially because the sections are not always cooperative. A lot of these sections at that end bowl are bending away from you, so making it really hard to not only hit the section, but land back on the wave face.
For sure. I just found out there in my heat that I couldn't get a wave that let me have a good run at it. All my waves I was trying to slow myself down, try and get as close to the lip as possible. You've got Roberto Bruno with a nice run into that one. You know, does a decent roll there. And he's going to try and fight his way around this section. Let's see if he gets something else on the inside here. He does seem to be committing to it. And there's a spin there, but yeah, it's so bumpy and shallow over there. He's out. Yeah, like, because today a lot of the guys there were sitting down towards the end of the reef, kind of where the waves end on a normal day. But today that's sort of the only place to take off because it's where the reef is kind of cleaning out the wave face the most. But in saying that, you're kind of taking off right in the power section. So you got to be pretty quick if you want to do something decent. And unfortunately, you know, for a lot of competitors, they're just not quick enough, like myself.
Well, we've seen really difficult heats throughout the morning. And, you know, once you get into round 3, almost all of these heats are high caliber matchups. And so, you know, it's definitely nerve-wracking in any of these heats because it is an elimination round, and we're starting to whittle down to find out who will be making it on into the next non-elimination round, which is a beautiful part of the stadium format. So that's what's exciting about what's happening in a couple heats from now. After heat 12 of round 3, we are going to be moving into round number 4, the catapult round.
The catapult round, that's a big favorite of mine. I love the catapult round. Fortunately, I've only been able to make use of it once this year. In Tahiti, I was able to catapult myself into the quarterfinals. But in Brazil, when I got my second opportunity, I was ousted, pipped to the post by Dino Carmo, who thus catapulted himself into the quarters and then later beat me once again in the quarterfinals. And in Arica, we didn't obviously utilize the catapult round. Here we got Josh Kirkman racing down the line this one. That's okay, there we go. Now this is the kind of stuff that Josh needs to be doing to get himself back in this heat. Unfortunately, getting quite caught up on the landing there. He does manage to fight his way through. But it is a point of difference in this heat. Although here we got Roberto Bruno up and riding on the way behind. And is he going to get a section? He's not going to go on the outside, and he kicks out.
So back to Josh Kirkman's last ride. Taking a while to execute that maneuver and finish through and get ahead of the whitewater. What I noticed in my heat was the judges were not into that whatsoever. Typically, they'll dock you some points for the potential of the maneuver that you did. But in my heat, I noticed they would at least half the potential score, if not more.
For sure.
And just, clean execution is one of the most important factors today. And even if you do a flip like Joshua Brigitte Kirkman did, it's a technical maneuver, difficult to perform out here. But to not land it cleanly, it just becomes invaluable.
Yeah, it's costly, exactly, and you can see it there in his scoreline at 4.9 over that last wave. The judges, actually rewarded his the ride previous to that, which was just a single roll at 5.25. So they're really it's really coming down to they are picking apart the execution of the maneuvers. Another example that I saw earlier was Socrates Santana in his heat against Alan Munoz. He threw down a really big projected backflip, and he just threw out his legs and kind of stuck them in, and in doing so, instead of landing hard and bouncing around with control, he kind of almost bunched himself up with a whitewash, but did it to himself, and then later on when he did a nice clean roll at the end, but the judge only awarded him a 7.5, which in my opinion, had he had kept his legs up and aimed for a clean and powerful landing, that wave would have scored into the excellent category.
I agree.
That ended up costing him the heat there.
Yeah, I agree. I remember that flip. I thought that flip was, a solid caliber, beautiful projection, awesome section that he boosted off of. And I do notice that, that is part of his form, that Socrates Santana does throw out the landing gear and lands very flat.
Yeah.
And personally, I thought it still worked out in my mind to be okay, because he did turn around and complete it. I've seen other times where Socrates would put the landing gear down, land really flat, and actually submerge and go down into the water. So, the judges did pick that apart, as you mentioned, and I was also kind of surprised, and, the point that you bring up is definitely why that score did not get into the excellent range.
Yeah, for sure. Because, the judges, they picked that apart because they deem that as you taking the easy way out. When landing a backflip, the way to land a perfect backflip is to land, backwards with the legs up, control the movement, control the rest of the rotation. And here we got Roberto Bruno racing down the line. This is kind of the one you want. And wow, really great, clean, executed maneuver. He's loving it. Puts up the finger. And that's going to be a game changer in this heat, Dave.
I think so. And Roberto Bruno sitting in priority and used his priority very well to pick off what I feel is going to be the best wave of the heat. Solid projected invert. Like you had mentioned before, difficult to find, but he did get that run in. Here he's going to take all that speed from that outside section, bottom turn up. Actually found a piece of clean lip to hit too.
Yeah.
And that boosted him out, and he was able to get away from the lip. And there he is just putting up the position that he feels he will remain in throughout the rest of this heat.
Yeah.
First position.
Yeah, I loved it, Dave. I think I'm going to go out and say that was my, there we go, 9-point ride. 9-point ride for Roberto Bruno. In my opinion, from what the rides I've seen today, that was right up with the best. And that's the kind of thing the guys want to see,
Especially
quick, clean,
as
strong line, big projected move into the flats, rode out quickly. It's about as good as it gets today.
Yeah, that was great. Especially further on as the day goes, we've seen those opportunities come fewer and farther between. So that was a great ride for Roberto Bruno. We see Joshua Brigitte Kirkman up and riding here. Carving reverse 360. He's got 3.5 minutes left. He now is back in a combo situation, and the 16.75 is not a combo situation to take lightly. It's a significant depth of combination, and would take an 8 and a 9 or 2 high 8s to get back ahead of Roberto Bruno. And at this stage in the heat, that's a tall ask.
That is a tall ask. With 3 minutes remaining, it is a tall ask. I think if I was in Josh's position right now, I would concern myself with just getting out of combo. It's a nice feeling, getting yourself out of combination situation.
It's a new focus at this stage in the heat for him.
Yeah,
Maybe
I would
not
say it
passing the heat. It's just let's first get out a combo. That's
For sure.
That's the new required goal. And once he gets that, if there's time remaining, then he'll assess the situation based off of how far he got out of combo.
100%. You know, 6.76 will get Josh out of combo. We'll leave him only requiring a perfect score to get back into an advancing position, which, as we've said, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, that is a very tall order for anyone, not just Josh Kirkman. But there he is trying to, get himself a bit of a tube ride. Fortunately, that wave just turning into a cauliflower and really just offering him no exit out through the trough. But he is on his way back out now, unfortunately sitting in second priority position. But let's see if he is able to snag an opportunity off Roberto Bruno and get himself out of combination situation.
I like that he is staying very active now in the final 2 minutes of this heat. Joshua should just pretty much strike on almost anything that comes in hopes of a 6.76.
For sure.
He's waited patiently. He's used priority. He's tried to select the best waves. It hasn't fallen his way. He was able to get that 5.25 for that nice roll, and fair enough. That was impressive to get in these conditions. But against Roberto Bruno, who's on a bit of a tear after that runner-up performance in Arica last week, it is going to be very difficult now to overcome Roberto Bruno, and with just a minute remaining, starting to look less and less possible for Joshua Burgetta Kirkman.
Oh, having a little sniff of that one, but unfortunately not lining up for anything for him. But how good has Roberto Bruno been surfing at the tail end of the South American League, Dave? He had a great result in Arica, second place. Had a couple of awesome rides up there, and now he's finding himself surfing great in this event as well. I see Roberto in really good form, maybe some of the better form I've seen him in quite some time, and he's got momentum. He's 9, 7.75, 16.75 heat total is nothing to sneeze at. He's in a really commanding position right here, and I'm looking forward to seeing how far he will get in this event.
Certainly, he was overjoyed with his career best performance at the Arica Chilean Challenge. Getting a second place there was the best result he's ever had in a World Tour event. So he's just stoked, and I think everything else is icing on the cake. So the pressure's off.
For sure.
And he's just going to ride that momentum as far as he possibly can. It does look like Roberto Bruno will be moving on into round 4. Thanks for joining us, Jared. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here now with Ian Campbell in the hot seat. This is the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We are in the elimination round. Round number 3. Heat number 11 is out in the water due to Pedro versus the Peruvian Miguel Rodriguez. Let's get out there. Ian Campbell, it is very, very tough out there right now. You've been watching the waves for the past several heats. What's your take on how to get out of this heat?
Oh, Manny, I really don't know right now. Yeah, it's really tough conditions out there. I was up in Heat 7, and yeah, it was by far one of the toughest heats that I've done in a long time, maybe even ever. Waves are kind of shifty. The wind makes it a little bit hard, puts a chop on the face. You're always bouncing around, trying to get to the lip, and it's maybe just not there. So yeah, it's tough conditions for everyone. I mean, we're all experiencing the same thing, but maybe just try to find those ones that just run off the reef a bit and give you a bit of a section, I think is the call. As we see Miguel Rodriguez here taking off on this one.
Right-hander. Not many right-handed waves being ridden this morning, obviously for that reason. They're going to be short, they're going to be quick, but a lot of riders have a tendency to favor one way or another. And it's obviously the people who are going right want to go right.
That's it, exactly, Manny. I think, yeah, this wave, especially now when it gets to this stage where it's quite tricky, it's maybe a little bit better if they just choose the direction that's probably going to allow for the best score that they can achieve, you know. You've seen a lot of guys going left here because this is a predominantly left-braking wave, but sometimes you just got to change that direction and go right instead.
Looks like Miguel Rodriguez is finally on the board with 2 scores, a 4.5 and a 4. Dudu Pedra with that 6.75 that he got during the commercial break is definitely going to be stinging Miguel Rodriguez when it comes down to the wire. Dudu Pedra is in second place position only because he doesn't have that second high-scoring wave.
Yeah, that's a good way to start off the heat. I feel just getting that up on your opponent, getting above the average scores of a 5, and just getting into the 6s and even close to the 7 range is an amazing start. And I'm sure Dudu will just sit out there and wait for his opportunity to strike again.
Well, do you want to? You have the mic. Do you want to say hi to anybody that are tuning in?
Yeah, just. I know my girlfriend and her family are watching. They always stay tuned to the action just to see what's going on. So, hey to the Lombards. Thanks so much for joining in with us, and thanks so much for the support. And to my family and friends, you guys have been amazing this trip. It's been a long one. Been on the road for 6 weeks now, and yeah, it's finally coming to the end of it for me. I'm kind of getting a little bit worn out where I just need to get home and relax a bit before looking at starting to train and get ready for the Europe leg. But yeah, just thanks everyone for tuning in. It's been a tough day out here for everyone, and yeah, let's hope the conditions get a little bit better for tomorrow, and looking forward to seeing a little bit bigger conditions maybe tomorrow, Manny. There is a report that's saying that we will maybe have the same wind factor on it, but possibly getting bigger waves. So the next few days should be, or tomorrow should be at least a good day to end off on, having a good finals day and getting ready for the last few heats of the Antofagasta Bodyboarding Festival 2017.
What we do have scheduled for this afternoon, this evening, is the Antofagasta U-Riding Bodyboarding Tournament. It was posted last night, and we do have a lot of contenders that will be showing up. And the question is, will you be there?
Manny, I'm going to have to take a rain check right now, but I would be keen. Where are you going to be later?
It's going to be 6 p.m. right here on site. They're going to set up a ginormous projection TV for us to have the tournament. So if you do have the opportunity to show up, we'd love to have you.
Yeah, that sounds good, man. I remember the last time we went to was an absolute ball.
we really had a lot of fun. That was at the end of the year last year in the Canaries, and I know everyone really enjoyed it, and I know we had another one in Brazil that went down really well. So yeah, looking forward to popping on by here and getting in on some of the action.
That's tonight, 6 o'clock a las 6 de la noche aquí en el sitio del Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. Vamos a tener el U-Riding Tournament gratis para entrar. Y sí, hay $150 para ganar. We will see you here at 6 p.m. Now, slowing down just a little bit. 8 minutes have passed in this 25-minute heat. And we do have a rider up, Dudu Pedra.
See Dudu just lining this one up here. Nice speed there and going for the flip, landing it very nicely. So that'll probably be another mid to higher range score there. Maybe another 6, Manny. And brilliant riding from Dudu, even in these small conditions. He's very well known for tackling waves like Ituquachalo when it gets really big. And we saw some real high flyers from him in that event in Brazil. So Dudu Pedra, definitely a contender in all conditions. I mean, he's been throwing it out. He threw it out yesterday and the day before. Just some awesome riding from him as we watch this replay.
Dudu Pedra lining up this section perfectly, going for an ARS in that section and pulls it off and rides it out perfectly. So a solid wave right there for Dudu Pedra.
Yeah, that was sick. And as we wait to see what he got for that in his score range, we just see Miguel Rodriguez sitting out the back there. Looks like conditions might have slowed up a little bit for these guys in the heat. And that is a 7.5 Manny for Dudu Pedra on that last wave.
Goodness.
So he climbs very far into the lead there, almost putting Miguel into combination, but Miguel now needing a 9.76 to advance as we see this next set rolling in.
Well, Miguel Rodriguez, obviously, it's going to be tough to get such a high score. There he is, dropping in, but pulling back. Actually didn't make the drop, but was going for it. Miguel Rodriguez, a 9.76 is going to be a hard wave to catch. So I'm thinking he just gets 2 new scores that equal or surpass that score.
Yeah, for
Check
sure.
it out.
Maybe
we do have the interview ready with Bego and the winner. Hold on, we got live action. Miguel Rodriguez coming off the bottom.
Goes up and hits a nice little roll there, and just looking for another roll on the end there, but unfortunately that wave just kind of frizzling out and riding off the back, so I don't think that's going to factor in, Manny.
We do have Bego ready with the winner of that last heat, a very focused, and Roberto Bruno. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. Roberto, you've been having an amazing run so far here in Chile. You did great in Arica. You have been doing great here. So we keep hearing the waves are difficult, but you surf so good. You actually combo Josh Kierman out there. So how are you?
Estou super feliz com mais essa bateria. O Josh é rider respeitadíssimo, surfa pra caramba, é grande cara. Eu tive sorte de conseguir achar as melhores ondas. Acho que ele não conseguiu encontrar ondas que pudessem dar para ele grandes scores. E competição é isso, acho que o nível está muito alto e quem encontrar as melhores ondas vai vencer. Graças a Deus, as ondas vieram para mim e eu consegui fazer.
How long have you been competing? How long have you been competing?
Eu já compito há 27 anos, eu tenho 37 anos, comecei a competir com 10 anos de idade na minha cidade, Fortaleza, Circuito Cearense de Bodyboard, e nunca parei, é uma coisa que eu amo fazer, acho que eu não consigo viver sem isso, então parece que foi ontem, eu não sinto como se eu tivesse tanto tempo competindo, é como se fosse sempre a primeira vez, e eu espero continuar ainda por muito tempo.
Well, he was saying that
was very lucky to find those waves. He respects a lot Joshua Kirkman. And he told me he's been competing 27 years. He's right now 37 and he's been competing since he was 10. So he feels this is a part of his life. He cannot live without it. So he loves to compete. And well, congratulations. I think those 27 years have been paying off. So if you want to say hello to someone, I mean, hi or thanks to someone, this is the moment.
Eu vou agradecer meus patrocinadores, a Gênesis, a Investyle e a Nile Store. Mandar um beijo para minha esposa que faz minha preparação física. Te amo, amor. Um beijo para toda a família. Continue torcendo aí para os brasileiros. Valeu.
Parabéns para você. And back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to Roberto Bruno advancing on out the back. Live action. The fellow Brazilian Dudu Pedro coming off the bottom with a ton of speed and kicks out of there with nothing there to offer up.
Oh man, it looks so good. He was carrying so much speed into that, but Miguel Rodriguez spins around for this one and dropping in. Man, it looks tough out there, Manny. Just looks like a couple of those sections crumbling and not really holding up for the contestants, so a bit difficult to read it when it becomes this washy kind of shifty peaks and kind of closing out on some of those sections.
Roberto Bruno clocking one of the highest scores of the morning so far with a ginormous flip, a 9-point ride just the heat before. So those waves, if they do come in, the high scores are possible, but you just got to have a little bit of luck on your side with Mother Nature delivering these bigger waves in your heat. Everybody at this level capable of doing those big moves, doing the 8 and 9-point rides. But again, you have to have one, priority, and two, have the wave come in during your heat when you're in position. It's those things right there, aside from a little bit of luck, I mean, totally doable. But man, if you're sitting there and waiting and time ticking away and nothing happens, the anxiety goes, out the roof.
Oh yeah, don't we know that, eh, Manny? Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's tough on everyone, and those factors just need to line up. And I mean, it's definitely there is scoring potential out there. I mean, we've seen plenty 9s today, as you said before, Roberto Bruno throwing them down, and there's a few 8s in the heats prior to that. So yeah, it's just it's been absolutely epic this whole day, and yeah, just excited to just have these rounds keep ticking through and have some good scores coming in.
Dudu Pedro looking very solid right now. Can he hold off for the next 10 minutes is the question. Miguel Rodriguez, the Peruvian, looking very strong.
Yes, he is, Manny. Just looking to up those scores still. He's been battling to lose that 4.5 that he has at the top score there, and I feel like he's definitely going to need to get a higher score at the start there to achieve that what he needs. He's needing a 9.76, and to get a 9 out there, we've seen Roberto Bruno do it in the last heat, but I think it would be easier for Miguel if he just chose 2 smaller rides, as we see Dudu just scratching onto that one and looking at it and not really giving it a go.
Dudu Pedro with second priority. That won't affect the priority situation. But Miguel Rodriguez, time is ticking away, and we're coming down to that little crucial hour, that 7-minute mark, where things are going to be a little tricky and a little tight for the rider in second place. Priority strategies will come into place, and hopefully waves will come in for the rider in that second place position. Here we go, right again from Miguel Rodriguez.
Just looking down the line, Manny, and racing forward, but again, that section just not stepping up enough to allow him to get some scoring potential out of that. So, but unfortunate for Miguel. He was looking really good in the previous rounds, and I'm sure he knew it was going to be tough against Dudu, but he's going to go back out there. He's still got time, man. He's still got 8 minutes. That's more than enough time to get 2 good scoring rides. Just going to be a little bit tough in these conditions, but we know he's got it in him. We know he can get the scores, so he's heading back out there, already back in the lineup. We'll get priority 2 and sit and wait.
Of course, all of these riders want to have their name on the champion, being a champion here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. We'll go run through the history of this event and the results, courtesy of bodyboarding101.blogspot.com. Up and riding, Miguel Rodriguez on a right-hander, comes off the bottom, ton of speed, nice clean ARS, pulls it off clean, comes around this section. Watch out, Siegel. We got Miguel Rodriguez flying skyward and not able to complete that inside maneuver, but a clean ARS on that right-hander from Miguel Rodriguez.
That will definitely up his scores, Manny. That was a brilliant ride, and just so good to see that he can just choose those lefts and rights, and just getting really nice right-hander there and pulling off a really sick move. I think the judges will reward that quite well and definitely bring down what he needs in order to go into first place.
Let's check out some of the results. The results. 2012. Let's take another look at that ARS. Talk us through it.
Yeah, so he just flicks it around. Lands really nicely, Manny, really clean. There's a little bit of spray that came off his boards, but yeah, it was a really good ride from him and rewarded very well with a 7.25. So he's going to be really happy with that, and hopefully he can now try and get another right-hander and get another score like that, because that'll then take him into the lead, Manny.
Yes, it looks like we got the bodyboarding festival feel going on right now, as we have generators starting up all over the place to make sure the energy is high, as it is intense out in the water right now. Miguel Rodriguez now drawing a 7.25, getting closer for sure. Let's go back down the list of the 2012 results in the men's division, the only division that they had in 2012. It was in the semifinals, Alan Munoz versus Udi Valadao. Alan Munoz beat out Udi. Semifinal number 2, Amaury Laverne and Dave Hubbard. And in the end, it was an Amaury Laverne and Alan Munoz battle, where Amaury Laverne won in 2012. 2013, we saw the women's division show up. And in that event, it was Emma Cobb and Alexander Rinder in the final, with Emma Cobb, the Australian, winning the first women's division here at the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival. In the men's division, PLC and Alex Udanga went head-to-head in 2013, and it was PLC winning that event. We'll get back to 2014 and 15. As soon as we get a little break in the action, it looks like swell is still here on hand. Have you been following the swell forecast? Has it been on?
Yeah, Manny. I mean, the past couple days, it's kind of, the period dropped for today. So, unfortunately, we thought there was going to be a bigger swell, and it actually did grow in size. But with the period dropping, it just seemed to stay the same size as it was yesterday, and it builds throughout the day today. And tomorrow we should be in store for some quite big action. I think there was talk about maybe running the ladies and pro junior final today in order to keep a lot more of that swell for the men's riders tomorrow, but we're just going to have to wait and see what technical director Alex Leon has to say about that. But the swell will be getting bigger, it will be better tomorrow, and I think the wind might stay the same. So that is the only factor that we have kind of going against us, but other than that, we'll be really lucky to just get some decent sized waves, a little bit bigger than this, and maybe the wind won't play that bigger factor into it.
Yeah, I mean, when the waves do get bigger on these reef breaks, the wind will affect it, but not as much as it is when it's smaller, only because the wave will be able to roll over and have more space to throw these bigger sections. Here we go, up and riding. Taking a look at this right? No, pulling back due to Petra. He had first priority. Because he went for that wave, he has lost priority and handed it over to Miguel Rodriguez. Hopefully that isn't damaging in the final results for Dudu Pedra. That was very interesting. But here he is, turning around and taking off.
Yeah, so he's just going to look for that section. But again, Manny, that wave just looking a little bit too fat and kind of running away from him at the start and not really bowling up like he'd want to. But as that priority shift changed, he might wanted to have just tried to get a wave there before Miguel could get into position and get ready for that. So he's going to paddle back out there, and with 2.5 minutes remaining and Miguel in priority position, I mean, Dudu's going to just be hoping and praying that there's no waves that are going to come through.
So something Dudu Pedro will do most likely. Oh, wait a second. Wow, Miguel Rodriguez needing a 7.01 ride. Oh my, a little bit of backwash just disrupted his aim for that lip and just pulled the ejection button right there. So Miguel Rodriguez thought he was able to pull off a high score on that wave, but that wave did not work out for him.
Oh, Manny, that was so unfortunate for Miguel, and could just see him eyeing out that section and just have that little backwash or kind of side wash from the reef coming through. So as we watch this replay, Manny, you can just see he kind of gets to the bottom of this one, kind of waiting, and as he goes up there, you just see that backwash hitting, and he just comes unstuck. Unfortunate for him, so he'll go into second priority. I'm sure Dudu will be sitting real tight and observing exactly what Miguel wants to do. But as we see there, both riders sitting out the back with just under 90 seconds to go, Manny. Both riders nice and tight together now, so they're going to be waiting for that last set to hopefully roll through, and let's see what happens.
Wow, time is ticking away. 1 minute remaining. Miguel Rodriguez just gave up that priority to go on a wave that backfired on him. Didn't work out as he planned. Dudu Pedro looking very comfortable right now, but he cannot let his guard down because Miguel Rodriguez totally capable of getting that 7-point ride. Wow, Dudu made an effort to go on that wave.
He did, Manny, and that is a change of priority. This could be a real big factor in the end of this heat here, as we see Miguel Rodriguez maybe seeing something on the outside there. That one just breaking a little bit too far out for them, but
oh wow,
he just paddled.
Dudu crossing his fingers. Hopefully that little priority exchange didn't bite him in the butt. As Miguel Rodriguez with 20 seconds remaining, looks like nothing is going to come through.
Yeah, so with 10 seconds to count down here, it looks like the Brazilian Dudu Pedro is going to walk away with this one, Manny. Really good exchange there, and just unfortunate that Miguel couldn't get that last wave.
Well, we will be back with more action right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here now with Josh Kirkman in the hot seat. Josh, we're going to talk to you about what happened out there as well as the first-hand conditions. But out in the water, round number 3, heat number 11.
12.
Let's take a look at our little cheat sheet here.
It's 12.
It is heat number 12. Alex Uranga, Kenny Johnson. Let's get out there. So Kenny Johnson out there in the yellow jersey. Alex Uranga on in the red jersey. So already waves have been caught by both riders. Alex Uranga 3.25. And Kenny Johnson, you just saw him kick out of a wave, and we'll hopefully see some replays of both of those rides. But, yes, first-hand account, what is it like out there?
It is tough, but it's not impossible to get the scores you need to win decisively, as was the case with Roberto Bruno and how he comboed me out of the competition. So there are waves there, and I saw a lot of good waves. I just happened to be paddling back out every time I saw them.
Oh,
so,
no.
Yeah, it was challenging conditions, but we're all in the same boat. And that's life. We've got Alex Uranga stroking into a wave now, keeping busy. He's already got a 3.25.
Wow.
And that is going to be a decent score. The Basque man, Alex, he really does know how to compete. He's a very good competitor, seasoned professional, and not one to be underestimated in a heat like this.
No, he's right up there with the best of the best. And Alex Uranga showing what is capable out there in these conditions. If you get those waves, even though if it was a closeout, he was still able to hit it perfectly and get that projection and fully extend that nice big roll and land perfectly. And that will come in as a pretty above average score, especially with these conditions. Kenny Johnson looking to answer back. Both riders ducking under this one. So the bigger waves are rolling through, but the key is being in position and having that priority.
The other thing, I think, a good rule in conditions like these, or in the case of most competitions, is just to make sure that every wave counts. Every wave is completed and every wave is a score of one level or another.
Yes.
That way you can continue momentum through the heat. Alex, the score hasn't dropped yet, but he's going to get a better score than a 3.25, most definitely. He's going to feel good about himself. He's therefore going to be a bit more relaxed as he strokes into the next wave. All of these things add up over a heat, and it can be the difference between winning or losing. Kenny Johnson stroking in now, looking for a ride, and there you go. There's some inexperience probably shining through. He didn't need to take that wave. He could have relaxed, but still a lot of time left in the heat. He's looking for his opportunity, and I'm sure he'll get an opportunity to find at least a scoring ride to get back in the game.
Turning around on his way out, Alex Uranga. Dropping in on this, waiting for a section to line up for him. He almost forced a maneuver right there, but not much there, so he kicks out and heads back to the lineup. Wow, coffee delivered.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Good times. Yeah, look, they're challenging conditions, Manny, but this is competitive bodyboarding for you. You know, you don't always have perfect waves to contest, to be sent out in, and you've got to be a well-rounded rider if you want to win world titles. And I don't think there's ever been a world champion who wasn't a well-rounded competitor in all conditions. So,
well, Jared did point out that he actually trains in conditions like this where it's even worse. You know, 2 foot blowing out beach breaks is something you got to put in your training regimen if you are going to compete on the world tour, because as much as we all want big, heavy slab barrels at every event, that isn't the case. I mean, Mother Nature, we're at the mercy of Mother Nature. And if she wants to deliver windy 3 foot left-hand reef break waves, then that's what you have a contest in. And right now, Kenny Johnson taking advantage of this outside wave.
Ouch.
Denied.
Yeah, that's the best word for that moment, was denied. I mean, look, the other fact is a lot of the sponsors of events are municipalities. So at the end of the day, here goes Alex Uranga. I'll hold that thought. Another nice rolo on the outside peak. He's probably going to look for a secondary move on the inside here. No, he gives up. probably could have pulled out of that one quicker. He still hasn't got a score dropped for his second wave. But yeah, as I was going to say, municipalities are some of the main sponsors of events. So ultimately, some comps will simply be in waves that may never have the conditions, the big, powerful, punchy conditions that we experienced in Arica. There's a replay of Alex's wave. Solid roll again. I imagine should be a similar score to that previous Rolo. But yeah, that's part of the game, and I'd say that's my biggest weakness coming into this event was the inability to practice in waves like this. In Arica, I was able to kind of pull in and hope for the best, and that worked until it didn't. So,
well,
yeah,
you made a good run. I mean, you
stoked.
got through a couple heats.
Stoked.
But I mean, you're in the group of a lot of riders that got knocked out. Jared Houston, Jacob Romero. I mean, just a couple of names: Socrates Santana, Tristan Roberts. I mean. The list goes on. This is an elimination heat. This is an early round knockout, but, I mean, a lot of the big names are getting knocked out early.
Yeah. I really feel for Tristan Roberts. I think he put in such an amazing heat. I know some people questioning the result. Fair enough. It's good to question results. The judges saw what they wanted to see on that one, and that's the result. But, yeah, really feel for Tristan. Kenny's up on a wave here.
Kenny Johnson, there we go.
Okay, Kenny. Looking for something on the inside. The Chileans throwing something back at Alex Uranga now. It'll be interesting to see how those scores balance out.
As you can see, we're backed up a few waves right there on your scorecard on the screen, but once those scores do come in, you're going to be able to see that Kenny Johnson is going to be closer to that first place spot. If not in first place spot, we're going to wait and see for those scores to drop. And it looks like we do have the winner of the last heat with Bego downstairs. Bego, take it away.
Thank you very much, Manny. Yes, we are here with Dudu Pedra from Itacoachara. Dudu, the heat, I mean, was you did great. I saw you with 2 backflips, and you hold the priority. You used the priority very well. So what can you tell us about it?
Yeah, I'm freezing. It's so cold. Yeah, I got 2 good ones in when the hit start, and then I'm just play the game, but with fair play, of course. Yeah, I'm really stoked.
So the waves, there are more waves at the moment. Still windy, but it's bigger conditions, right?
Yeah, have some good waves. You have to be lucky in the water, and yeah, just go outside and enjoy.
Você quer mandar um alô para alguém agora? Pode falar português.
Queria dar um beijo para minha esposa, que deve estar me assistindo, para meus pais também, meu pai, minha mãe, meus alunos da IBC. Galera, obrigado pelas orações. Quero agradecer a Deus que com certeza me abençoou nessa bateria. E estou feliz, fiz uma bateria irada com o Miguel, que eu treino ele também, sou treinador da galera do Peru. Queria saludo para todo o peruano. Gracias.
Well, he was just sending regards to their friends and family and sponsors, and also saying that he is Miguel's personal training, because he trains the Peruvian team. So he's also happy for his performance, but he made it. So congratulations, parabéns para você, and we hope to see you back here real soon.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys.
Congratulations once again.
Ryder,
nice.
Kenny Johnson, yeah. He's not going to give Alex Uranga a walkthrough here. You can see that the scores finally dropped on your screen. We had a 7 for, I don't really know which Rolo that was. It's a little bit unclear whether that was the first or the second one from Alex Uranga. But his combined heat score total is 13.5, which is a very good score total to be carrying at this point in a heat. There's a bit of work he can do to improve on those scores, but you know, that's a winning heat score. But Kenny Johnson, 6.25. That's it's in the range. He's needing a 9.25, but that second wave that just dropped there should lift that second score of a 3 up to something I imagine around the 5-point mark. So it ain't over. There ain't no one singing yet.
No, not at all. And Kenny Johnson showing that he is right up there with that 6.25. Attainable 7-point ride, still available out there in these conditions.
He's got quite an aggressive style too. There's something about it that it looks like he wants to hurt the wave, Kenny Johnson, when he's riding. It's it's a different approach. But Kenny's out there now. He's got the second priority. Alex is sitting quite pretty at the moment. Kenny's now, he got a 5 for that ARS. Jeez, I should be up there judging. What's going on? He got a 5, so now he needs a 7.26. It's an excellent-ish score. Ooh. Unsure whether Alex Uranga might lose priority for that paddle there. Be interesting to see that. That might have been a bit of a tactical error there if the judges do shift priority over to Kenny now. Are they going to do it, though? Doesn't look like it. Got to be careful with those paddles. Got to be so careful. Losing priority at this point in the heat with a score that can drop, that can bring the other rider into the game, could prove fatal. This is an elimination round, so...
Yeah, I mean, it would, if the waves were consistent, it'd be okay, but right now with the inconsistency in the water right now, even with 11 minutes, that could be detrimental once it comes down to the last few minutes.
Yeah.
But Kenny Johnson, it looks like the situation did not change out of the water.
No.
Or unless the scoring system has yet to catch up. We'll find out on this next wave attempt. Well, if Kenny did have it, he would have lost it right there. So.
But one thing I could say about the conditions from my head, I did notice that the swell is increasing. There's definitely consistency. The waves are coming in more often and frequently. They are a bit bigger, but it's just a bit junky, and I think it's in between those two reefs that we have here at La Cupola. You've got the outside kind of peak, and then you've got this inside ledge, and I feel like the swell isn't quite big enough to be breaking from that first reef and coming into that end bowl, so it's still kind of halfway in between waves, if you know what I mean. So, but it should pick up by the end of the day, I believe. The forecast does hint at a fair amount of swell. There's Mr. Dub getting ready for his non-elimination fourth round, Shuckers all round.
How do you think, I mean, he just wants to go out there and compete, but actually stopping to take a few photos, is that going to mess him up mentally, or is he okay with that?
I think it's, I can only speak from my perspective. I think it's freaking awesome. I mean, it's the nicest thing that can happen, you know, that people want to stop and say hello. I mean, what could be worse, you know, what could be better than that, you know? I personally have no problem with it. I love it. I love it.
Kenny Johnson on the outside.
And he's going to have to wait for some bigger waves with some more workable sections than that if he wants to put any pressure on Alex Uranga. But yeah, look, the crowd are awesome here at in Antofagasta. They're a really nice bunch, super stoked. I mean, bodyboarders get picked on most places around the world, let's be honest here. So to come to a country where people are celebrating you on the beach, it's a beautiful thing, and you definitely value it.
Well, Chile is at one of those spots, and I have to give it to the fact that there are, you know, excellent bodyboarding waves here. I mean, the waves here in Chile, there's so many reef slabs and hollow barrels that are just perfect for bodyboarding.
Yeah.
And it shows. I mean, within this short 2-mile span of beach, there's 3 to 4 bodyboarding schools.
Yeah.
Budeo is one of them. Coloso is another. And I think there's a few other clubs that are roaming around in the area today. But yeah, I mean, when you have waves of quality that are perfect for bodyboarding, you're going to have a culture of bodyboarders that are all about it.
Yeah, but I mean, I would counter that argument by saying that Australia has waves for bodyboarding, but we don't have any guys on tour now. You know, like, and it's kind of an absurd situation, in my opinion, that, you know, myself, Paul Blaz, and Greg Howlett are the representatives of Australia. Now, that is nuts. It's nuts. And if there are any Aussie professional bodyboarders listening, I encourage you to consider turning up to some of these events, because I'm old, you know, and Blaz is older, and I think Howlett's even older, and we're not even guys who are getting paid to do this, you know, and I'm not going to be able to bring a world title home for Australia. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure this is just going to be a nice bit of fun for me. I don't have big expectations, but there are guys like Jake Stone, Mick Gornall, man. I would love to see him compete. I've never met the guy, but man, he's probably one of the best most brilliant bodyboarders I've ever seen come out of Australia. There's a lot of cool dudes over in WA, George Humphreys, wingers. You know, there's a whole generation there that aren't here, and I feel like it would be a good idea if they turned up, because we won't have a world champion again until we have more Aussie riders turning up.
And I know there's a new generation out there, but Ben Player, if he were to show up on a consistent level, definitely a world title contender. I mean, that's just one name of hundreds.
But for Ben, I mean, I've spoken to Ben a bit about this. You know, I feel Ben's competitive career is kind of done now. You know, like he's happy with what he's achieved. 3 world titles, multiple wins across the globe. He's got a different agenda now, and fair play to him. He's done his bit, you know. But there's this new generation. But unfortunately, Louis was sick and he couldn't turn up to this event. Kenny Johnson having another crack there. Unfortunately, couldn't make that. But yeah, unfortunately, Louis was sick. He was in Brazil, put in a great effort, considering the illness that he was carrying, and I'm pretty certain he'll be in Portugal. And but yeah, look, I mean, I don't really know what's going on. I don't want to be too controversial, but I think if some guys could turn up, it would be really cool. They'd be welcomed, and that would be appreciated by all riders across the board internationally.
Oh yeah, I totally agree, and I know, and I'm pointing at the older generation that I know of, Ryan Hardy, Winchester, and you're right. We don't know the situation that they're all in, but it would be great to have more Australians on tour, 100%.
Yeah, we'll find a way. We'll find a way.
Current situation out in the water, you can see it on your screen there. But Kenny Johnson, wow, 7.26, definitely attainable.
Yeah.
But if he gets a second high scoring wave, it'll, get him a little closer to Alex Uranga, who is sitting on a 7 and a 6.5. So it's a pretty close heat so far. And again, Alex Uranga shouldn't let his guard down to Kenny Johnson, because Kenny Johnson is totally capable of getting those big scores.
Yeah. At the same time, I feel like experience is going to trump youthful exuberance here. That's my call at this point. You can see that Kenny's wave selection's been kind of poor. He looks nervous. Alex looks calm and calculating. So I feel like Alex has got complete control over this heat. I think he's keeping an eye on Kenny. He knows which waves are going to deliver, and he knows that he's sitting in a position with 2 solid scoring rides. I really think it's great in a heat if you can have if your top 2 scores can be better than the guy's best score. So Kenny's sitting on a 6.25. Alex's second score is a 6.5. There's a psychological barrier there, I think, that is created, and I feel like that's like the perfect position to be in. If your second score is better than your competitors, your competitors' highest score. So and Alex is in control.
Yeah, and Kenny Johnson knows that, because the beach commentator is saying these scores out over the loudspeaker.
That's right.
When whether Kenny or Alex is asking for a situation or not, they can hear the scores. They understand what's happening out in the water.
That's right.
And it can get into his mind.
Yeah. I know from my last heat, I felt like I was coming back into the heat, and then Roberto Bruno gets a 9 and puts me in combination, and
you hear
your heart sinks. It's devastating, and you go, "Oh man, what have I got to do?" So it does have a psychological impact on your performance, and yeah, look, I think Alex knows where he sits in the water. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's got priority. The clock is just wearing down. He got busy early, nailed the waves he needed to nail, and now he's looking pretty good to progress into the non-elimination round, which I'm sure he'll be very pleased with.
Yeah, the stadium format that has implemented in 2017 has been a crowd and competitor favorite, where we have non-elimination rounds through the main event, where you get to essentially have a second chance to get back into the game.
Yeah.
And that's what round number 4 is all about. So getting into that round number 4 is huge, coming out of round number 3. And right now we're trying to figure out who that last person of round number 3 is going to be. Alex Uranga or Kenny Johnson. Time is ticking away for Kenny Johnson to get back into it with a 7.26 ride. Here he is on the inside without priority.
Once again, you know, Alex did a bit of a fake paddle there. Kenny then had another look. Yeah.
You saw Kenny Johnson slap the water right there.
Yeah. Alex is in control. He's surfed a good heat. He's definitely done everything that he needed to do. I mean, you could argue he could have had bigger scores if he might have flipped off those earlier sections, but then again, you know, these are solid. A 7 and a 6.5's a nice couple of scores to win a heat with. See what Kenny can do here.
Well, Kenny's trying to improve on that 5.0. Oh, no, you can see him now. He's very anxious and starting to try to force maneuvers. Any other time of his surfing, I doubt that he would be doing that kind of maneuver, but you can see that he's starting to get a little anxious. He's starting to get a little impatient and starting to force his maneuvers. Kenny Johnson with second priority, he has two options. One, he can continue to do what he's doing now, stay inside of Alex Uranga and catch the smaller waves and hope for the best. Or he can go past Alex Uranga and sit deeper and further outside and hope for a big set and try to bait Alex into not a good wave and then have that priority back for this last minute. But I don't think he's going to choose that option, as Alex Uranga will sit with priority and Kenny Johnson is left with his hands tied.
Yeah, and look, I mean, to grab a 13th place in a competition like this as a young rider, I mean, I'm sure Kenny's quite happy with what he's done and achieved. He had a good result in Brazil as well. I believe he had a 13th there too. So, yeah, I'm sure Kenny's going to end this event with a pretty good feeling nonetheless. He's a really sweet dude, really cool guy. So, I'm sure Kenny he'll be back when the tour rolls through again in next year. And a bit of frustration out there, but oh well, Kenny did his best. Maybe not actually. He probably can do better. But Alex got busy and got it done.
All right, you can see the other competitors in the next heat and the next round getting ready. So it looks like it is
Alex Uranga.
He will go on into round number 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the next round right after this.
Lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Seamos lo que representa el antepasado, los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Somos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Somos lo que representa el antepasado. El mar y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with PJ Tartak from Puerto Rico, and we are bringing you the live feed from the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival here in the northern coastline of Chile. PJ, conditions are very tough.
Tough, cold, and I'm glad I'm not out there right now. So let's go back to the action.
Let's get out there.
Quarterfinals.
This is the first heat of round number 4, non-elimination round. And we have Maxime Castillo up and riding. Nice clean roll. We have had a couple waves riding already. So once we get this rolling, 25-minute heats, top 2 waves are scored. First place goes straight into the quarters, catapults into the quarters.
That's right. And the other 2 have to fight it out in round number 5. So
that's right. So check this out, PJ. We do have the interview ready with Bego and the winner of the last heat, Alex Uranga. Bego, take it away.
Thanks a lot, Manny. Yes, we're here with Alex, and he's so happy. I saw a very professional strategy out there. Only 3 waves with 2 good scores, rolls. So tell the crowd, how was it?
Hombre, las condiciones están un poco difíciles, entonces son días como hoy en las que uno tiene que elegir mejor la estrategia que utilizar su técnica, ¿no? Entonces yo al principio de manga he intentado coger las 2 olas lo más rápido posible, he conseguido un rolo limpio en la que me han dado un 7 y luego ha sido mantener un poco la situación y controlar al otro que estaba debajo mío buscando lo que le faltaba para superarme. Entonces era la estrategia no dejarle coger la que venía decente, porque no hay muchas las que se le pueden llamar decentes. Y contento por haber pasado y estar en la siguiente ronda, que va a ser no eliminatoria. Ojalá el mar nos suba así de repente, porque estamos esperando ese swell y va a llegar.
Well, he said, he was He thinks in this kind of conditions is when you most have to have a strategy and apply the only two waves, and I mean the wave selection. So that's what he did. He found a very nice extended roll, and he got 7 points for that. So, and that was quite fast at the beginning of the heat, so he was comfortable. And yeah, he's just waiting for the conditions to get better for the next round, and he's very happy to be in a non-elimination round. So, alguien a que quieras mandar saludos, puedes hablar en vasco si quieres. Someone to say hi or things.
Esan guztia iba hemen, ni nire onena ematen nahi naizela, eta espero danak ondo egotia, eta laiztera arte.
I cannot translate that, so congratulations, Sorionak. And I'll see you here. I hope to see you here back soon. Back to you guys.
All right, congratulations one more time to Alex Udanga going on into round number 4. Round number 4 is underway here out in the water. Heat number 1, again, the catapult heat, the catapult round. First place goes into the quarterfinals. Second and third will go into round number 5, where they have one more chance to move on in the competition. 25-minute heats, top 2 waves are scored, and there are no wave limits. They can catch as many waves as possible. But wow, look at that score coming in for Rahim Aidosh from Morocco.
As you can see, he already has an 8.25, and Maxime Castillo has a 4.75 and a 3.25. And Dave Hubbard is sitting pretty on a 7.5, so he's just next to get one more wave and get himself in the lead. But same as for Brahim, he doesn't have a second wave, so let's see what happens. It's pretty interesting right now. Maxime is one of those guys that doesn't miss an ARS. And, there's a few sections out there right now, so I'm pretty sure it's going to be interesting to watch the boys.
Yeah, it's going to come down. And I mean, it was tough man on man, but now you throw an extra person in there with slim pickings as far as good waves. Yeah. It's going to be very, very tough. And just in a matter of moments, we're going to post where you at on our APB Tour Facebook page, and that's where you can tune in, and we will line up some shout outs to those tuning in from all over the world. This is round number 4 of the men's division here at the wave they call Cúpula, which means dome.
Oh, they didn't know that.
It's like, I want to say it's like a power dome, or a dome, biosphere dome.
Oh, I had no idea it was going on like that.
So give me 2 seconds. We're going to post that up again on our APB Facebook page. Where you at?
I think the wind has picked up a little bit more, so it's really tough right now to get a good wave. And we have Dave Hover with first priority, Maxine with second priority, and Brahim Iduch third priority. Let's see if the guys can find anything and give a little bit more of action to this heat. We have 15 minutes and 27 seconds to go. There's a lot of time for Dave and Brahim to find their second wave. Again, this is a non-elimination round, so first one goes into round number 6, quarterfinals, and then second and third go to round number 5, and battle it out for the quarterfinals. So
we're going to see the winners from round number 3 here in round number 4, but some of the names that got knocked out of the event already in this round number 3, or the round number 3 that just passed. Nelson Flores, Nacho, the local hero, unfortunately did not make it out.
He's
Jacob
surfing
Romero.
very well. Sorry about that. Yeah, he's surfing very well.
Yes,
man.
Nacho.
He's going to be one of those kids that we're going to be seeing in the next few years blow up. So
I mean, if anything can stop him from winning the Pro Juniors today, it's going to be a hard fight for those other 3 Pro Junior finalists. Yeah. We're going to see that coming up after the last heat of round number 4. That's going to be an amazing heat to watch, so make sure you stay tuned to watch the Pro Juniors. But I mean, some of the other names, Socrates Santana, Tristan Roberts, Jared Houston, getting knocked out early here in round number 3 that just passed.
Jacob Romero, Tristan Roberts, Antonio Cardoso. But we have action out the back. That's Dave Hubbard looking for a little section down there. Did he do a roll or he just kicked out?
It looked like he was trying to cut out of there, but then his board rolled over inside of the Y-wash. I thought he was kicking out, and then he did a roll on the inside. But yeah, you're right. I think it may have been just a kick out.
Yeah. So there's Maxime looking at the little insides. He's dangerous on this type of conditions. Let's see what he can do. Setting up his line, looking for the section. There we go. Oh.
Not very characteristic of Maxime to go for a maneuver and not pull it off.
Yeah, it's the thing with this, this wave is really tricky. It looks like it's gonna show up a lip, and then it all of a sudden just disappears, and you have your line set up, you have all the speed in the world, and then when you get to the lip, it just dies down on you. So it's pretty hard to read, especially now that you have that strong onshore wind.
So Maxime Castillo on the bottom of the list here in third place. Brahim, even though he's in second place, that's 8.25 is going to be very, very good for him as soon as he gets his second high scoring wave.
He
Dave
just
Hubbard with a 7.50 and a 1.
He just needs a 0.26 to get into the lead, so that's nothing. There's Brahim looking for that second wave. I think this is going to line up a really nice section for him to fly. There we go. Big flip.
My.
Wow. Wow, Brahim.
Brahim's on a good one right now.
Oh,
Ooh,
big roll with the
backwash.
backwash and another one. Oh, no, that's it. He had a big flip in the first section. That's going to be knocking. I'm going to say he's going to be knocking on the high 8s.
Yeah, and you saw him adjusting right there. His fin did come off on that last maneuver there. And he's adjusting in the channel. Dub taking a look. Sorry, that was Maxime Castillo in the yellow, taking a look and not going for it. So right now on the outside, it is Dave Hubbard with that first priority.
Yeah,
wow, what a great wave right there from Brahim.
Let's wait and take a look at the replay. Yeah, that was a very, very big flip.
Yeah, here
8.9.
Brahim's big backflip right there. Looked like he was starting to turn it around before he landed. Almost went to an ARS maneuver, but uses the backwash right there. And big roll. So right now, Brahim, look at that. Straight to the top with an 8.90 on that wave. Incredible. He's way ahead now.
Yep, but here's Dub. He can still he needs an 8.5 to take the lead. Big backflip.
Nice.
Goes for a reverse. Is he going to look for something else at the end section? I think he can get a roll down here. There we go. Boom. Roll. Anything else? I think that's it. And then when we have Maxime out the back, no, he says no.
Great wave exchange right there between Brahim and Dave Hubbard. But wow, that 8.90 from Brahim.
It's going to be really tough to beat. I mean, right now, Dave needs a 9.66. I'm sorry for that. He needs a 9.66. I don't know if this will be. Oh, that was big. There it goes for a little carve reverse. Boom.
He's making it look way too easy out there today. David absolutely did an incredible job in that first heat of the day in round number 3. And Dave Hubbard putting together a nice piece of work right there on his second wave for Dave Hubbard. So a solid
6.75.
Sorry, 6.75.
You get a 6.75 for that wave, and then still needs a 9.66. 9.5 minutes remaining. Maxime is in combo to get into the first place, although it says 9.51, but it's just to get into second position, and you don't want second position here right now. You want that first to get catapulted into round 6. So
yes, this is round number 4, a non-elimination round out in the water. Wind did pick up early in the morning and still blowing pretty hard right now, but I mean, totally contestable waves.
Yeah.
Totally doable for the riders to come out with those big scores that we just saw right now. Brahim with an 8.9. Here we go. Maxime Castillo.
Maxime. There we go. Big ramp. ARS. Clean ARS. Goes for another clean roll. Another section down here. Another roll.
Nice.
That was a really good wave. It might get him out of that combination situation that he is at right now.
Wow.
So let's wait for the scores to drop on that one. He still has 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Brahim is holding on to priority up there and leading the heat. Let's see this clean flip.
Nice.
Goes for another. He had 2 good sections in that wave, so it's probably going to score pretty high. And then third section where he hits a roll.
That was pretty solid right there. So that'll definitely get him in contention right now. Probably one of the highest scoring heats of the heat up to this point. But wow, look at the scores. Heat round number 4 is seeing some of the highest scores in the heat so far between all the riders. It's going to be fun to watch how this thing is going to end with 7 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. This is going to be a tight one all the way to the end. Oh my.
8.4 for Maxime on that wave. Now he needs an 8.76 to get into the lead. So,
and again, these heats right here in round number 4, it's all about getting that first place spot where you will get catapulted straight to the quarterfinals. Second and third, you're going to see them again in round number 5 where they were battled out in an elimination round and fill in those empty spots in the quarterfinals.
I think this is one of the most high-scoring heats of the day, right?
Oh, for sure. Look at the scores. Take a look at the screen right there. It's just out of control right now.
You got 3 8s and a 7.5 plus. So that's 6.75 from Dave Hubbard, but, you know.
First priority blue, second priority red.
Dave is looking for a 9.66 still with 6 minutes and 48 seconds to go. And Maxime is looking for an 8.76 to get into the lead. So Brahim is holding on to position. And there we can see both paddling, looking for something.
Incredible.
Yeah.
We got 4 heats in round number 4. Then we're going to jump straight to the Pro Junior final, where 4 competitors will battle it out for the title of the 2017 Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival champion in the Pro Juniors. Then we're going straight into the grand final of the women's division, where Ayaka Suzuki from Japan will go head-to-head for the win against the Brazilian Neymar Carvalho.
Is it that today or tomorrow?
That actually, the call may be said at the end of this round, but I'm pretty sure we will be going into that at the end of the day today. So
awesome.
Stay tuned. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for commenting on our APB Facebook page. Here we go, coming off the bottom. Brahim, big section and a, oh my, getting caught and hung up on the top of that wave. It looked like he was going for a ginormous backflip, but unfortunately the wave did not project to him in the right spot, and he landed on top, and that wave just got away from him.
That's what we were talking before. Like, it's really hard to read the wave, so you're going to see a lot of the good riders miss those sections just because the wave just, in the last second, it just, leaves you up there powerless. You know, you think you're going to fly real high, and it's just, it dies down. So we still have Dave. Here you go. You're going to see here in the replay. Looks like a big section, and then last second it just dies down on Brahim. Maxime now looking for that 8.76. Let's see if this one. I don't think that would be it, but that was really nice. Oh, another one.
Oh, my. So Maxime making something out of nothing, coming all the way to the very shallow part of the wave, but Maxime getting lucky on that inside section and actually getting some pretty good projection on that ARS on the inside. Definitely will be his second. Oh, wait a second.
I think he lost his fin.
Oh, my.
With 4 minutes remaining, and he lost the fin.
Jason, Ricky, I'm going to start going down our shout-outs list from our APB Tour Facebook page.
we see the replay. Does a little ARS and then spins real quickly into a 360.
This is
Looks
cool
for
right
another
here.
section. Boom, flies out on another ARS.
So from Costa Rica, Jason Ricky, always tuning in. Joao Martins from Portugal is watching from Mar del Plata, Argentina. And there's no waves in Argentina at the moment, so
And it's cold.
And it's cold, so he's pretty stoked right now watching the live feed. In Cape Town, we got Chad. John is tuning in while having breakfast in the Oceanside. Facilo is in California. Michael in Richards Bay, South Africa. What's up, brother? Pura vida to SJ Arofifa. We got Ryan in Morocco. Ernesto in Playas de Tijuana, Baja California Norte, and Herman Hernandez tuning in from Zicatela.
Yeah, he's one of the boys from Puerto Rico, Herman.
Oh, you know the guy.
Yeah, he's really good friends with my brother. I've seen this kid grow up.
Right
a
on.
really good swimmer. And they're in Zicatela right now, so I'm pretty amped on the younger generation starting to like travel and go to Mexico and spend the whole summertime in Mexico. So
right on. Orale, Herman.
Yeah. A big shout out to all the boys back home in Puerto Rico.
Well, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world, including all the Boricuas. So here we come, down to the last 2 minutes of this heat.
That last wave of Maxime wasn't enough. It was 5.25. He's still looking for that 8.76 to get into the lead. Brahim has a strong lead right now. You know, like Dave needs a 9.66 and Maxime an 8.76. So it's going to be really tough with only less than 2 minutes left. And, you know, the waves are not coming in right now. So Brahim is looking strong to get catapulted into that round number 6. And Dave and Maxime might be battling it out in round number 5.
Yeah, Brahim came out firing, found a couple sections, and just got launched. And he will get catapulted into the quarterfinals. We do have 4 heats in round number 4. The next heat is probably already out in the water, ready to go. Heat number 2, we're going to see another stacked heat. Alan Munoz, Uri Valadao, and Joao Paulo. That is a solid heat.
And Joao has been killing it throughout the whole event, huh? He's been taking big names. He took out Jared. Who else did he take out in?
I
he
believe
took out Jared in round number 3.
And he took out Diego Cabrera.
In round number 2, that's right. Wow, some big names.
Yeah, so Joao Paulo.
It's going to be an interesting heat to watch.
40 seconds.
Are you okay? You have a cold?
I think I'm getting over whatever I had here in Chile. Here we go, Maxime Castillo. Oh no! 5.86 is all he needed to get in second place, but
8.76 to get into the first place.
And 8.76 to get into first.
Really hard right now. 15 seconds to go.
10 seconds. And counting down.
We're counting down now.
5, 4.
Where's Dave looking for his last wave?
Dave Hubbard dropping in on this. Don't think it'll be scored, and I don't think it'll be enough for what he needs to get into that first place spot. But the domination from the rider from Morocco will get him into the quarterfinals. But that was pretty amazing.
Yeah, that was a great heat right now.
We got more action coming up right after this.
Hacemos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen. Hacemos lo que representa el antepasado. Los mares y el desierto son parte de nuestro origen.
don't be sensitive.
Welcome back. We're turning back to see the live action when it's going down. Uri Valadao in yellow, Alan Munoz in red, and Joao Paulo in blue. A non-elimination round. Top two waves are scored. Only one rider will advance on into the quarterfinals. Second and third, round number 5.
And we just saw Uri Valadao throw a big flip. Uri Valadao, everyone knows how good he is in this type of big roll. He's going to look for something else down here. Oh, another roll. So now we just had the Alan Munoz score. He just got a 9.25 for the huge backflip. We're waiting to see if we get it on. He's going to look for something else down here. Oh, that's it. Wow, we're gonna have to see what Uri Valadao got for that wave, because he got some really good air. It's a nice little flip down there. Let's see if he gets something else at the last section. He's going to go for the roll. And then we have Alan Munoz looking for the first section that actually faded on him. He went for a roll. Then the second section.
8.5. How do you know these things? Are you psychic?
I'm listening to it.
2 scores in the top 2 positions. So incredible riding right now from Uri Valadao and Alan Munoz.
But right now, Alan Munoz has a 9.25, and he only yeah, I think it does count. Now Alan Munoz has the priority, and he's only looking for a 7.26. So
You're only one step away from the.
Brahimi.
So at 2.0 goes Alan Munoz.
Alan Munoz trying to prove on that 6.25. Look at how much speed he has coming into this section, and a big reverse. Oh my gosh!
Shallow. There is less than feet of water though.
No, I mean a lot of the riders we've been talking to that have been coming out of the heat say that it is very shallow there, and you don't want to hit the reef, especially being cold.
You know, surfing and all these guys are already adjusted to. They're already
acclimated. He's now in the hunt. That 7-point ride is definitely going to help him. He needs an 8-point, so he's not out of it.
Hit that section that died down. So yeah, as I was saying, this is the type of event that it's more of a mind.
Pretty nice heat you put together. We enjoy very much that. The fact of being here, it was a prize for him. Such beautiful words. I almost cried myself.
That is tremendous. That's awesome. Very, very cool, and definitely he's got to be stuck.
That's going to be Ayaka Suzuki against Neymar Carvalho. Oh my God, that's going to be a pretty fun, both amazing riders. I will say new school against old school.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. A tried and true veteran versus one of the new faces on the Women's World Tour. Both of them very but nothing materializes there.
Yeah, sorry.
Some of these pro juniors will their way over.
Oh, well, Cristobal was in the final in Itacoachara as well, I think.
Really?
If I don't recall, I mean, I'll check on that, but I think it was. That would be the heiress, flying heiress of Moises Silva in red. It's a 6.51 to go to the first position, and Eduardo Guzman needing an 8 to get to the first position, and in 4th place will be Cristobal Fernandez from Eastern Island, who needs a 8.76 to go to the first position. So that's the situation, and priority. Look at that, leader of the series of the heat. It's
at this stage of the event. See the riders looking for the.
Listen, because you're actually riding a wave, so.
Or duck diving, paddling out.
Diving,
yeah,
right.
There's a number of scenarios that make it really hard to hear with water in your ears. So, like you said, information being repeated numerous times, and we're getting down.
You have been surfing during the whole competition well, and then you're in the final and you're not doing well. It's got to be frustrating.
For again. So
Oh,
first position, but improve on his 5.5, and that was not going to be something to help him out. But again, yeah,
he just have eight there. That's and he's got all of his family cheering for him.
this is Silva catching a wave out the back. It does look like final results unofficial, but it does look like Nacho Flores winning this final. Nacho Flores.
Somos lo que representa el antepasado. Los más del desierto son pues de nuestro origen.
No one intervened on behalf of...
Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival Pro Junior champ Nelson Nacho Flores. Turn on your mic, Begonia. Let's give him a couple.
So sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so happy for Nacho because this is actually a step closer to.
But
So happy.
I mean, all the Pro Junior competitors did an incredible job throughout the entire event, and making it to the final was pretty amazing for all the Pro Juniors. But this man, kid right here, Nelson Flores, roll.
The new school against the old school, that will be Ayaka Suzuki against Neymar Carvalho. Neymar in yellow and Ayaka in red. That's what we were watching right now. And it's going to be... I can't wait to see these girls fighting for the
late afternoon, the sun has punched through. Looks like we do have nobody going on this one.
no takers.
Neymar from Brazil, multiple world champion. Ayaka Suzuki, who's been a good run. And again, we're getting all the Pro Juniors together for some photo ops.
Look at this, Manny. Sun's out.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The guy did it.
Are those tears of joy?
I think so. Or maybe a little bit of frustration because he was this one step close to the, just one step away from being the champion here. So he's probably...
Tough job ahead of him. So, again, we're going to come back to the juniors throughout the...
Check out the action. The girls are being patient, but here comes Neymar Carvalho. Nah, not much there.
First priority red.
Neymar wanted to serve bigger conditions, as she said yesterday. She was in these conditions, and yeah, actually, the nice ramps, they're doing the same.
Quinta fecha del Tour Mundial. La competencia fue súper peleada con estos tres riders que son muy buenos competidores. La venían rompiendo durante todo el campeonato, así que nada, muy contento de haber ganado. Persona aquí tenemos en el queda con el tercer lugar. Primera competencia mundial.
That's amazing, huh? So stoked, so proud of him, and proud of all the kids. They did amazing. Seriously, I so much enjoy the junior division, Manny, because for me, see what Neymar got for that nice roll. Yes, she got a 6.5. And Ayaka Suzuki is currently holding a total of 2 points, needing a 5.51 to advance to the first position. And there's still 18 minutes with 45 seconds, Manny. A lot of time to go. And
this is a 30-minute final in the women's division. This
Yeah.
is the grand final. Neymar, multiple world champion, going head-to-head with the Japanese wonder, Ayaka Suzuki.
Pretty like